Hello. Please, can I have your attention? Please, can I have your attention? Welcome back from your breakfast. For those of you who are already back and sitting, please, we crave your indulgence. For those pensioners who are sitting on the first row, pensioners who are sitting on the first row to my left, please, we crave your indulgence to move to the next seat or the next available seat. This is because this has been reserved for your pension executives. Please, the first two rows to my left have been reserved for pension executives. Please, we crave your indulgence to move to the next available seats. Also, you do not have to sit with spaces in between. You can close up the gap. Since all of us are wearing our face mask, please. Thank you very much for cooperating. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to this two-day event, which is the Ptad Pensioners Stakeholder Forum. To formally begin this event, please be on your feet as we take the national anthem. Please be seated. The Executive Secretary, Ptad, the Director General, National Pension Commission, PENCOM, the National Coordinator, CEO, Servicom, the Keynote Presenter and former Permanent Secretary, Ptad Executive Management, other management and staff of Ptad, our distinguished stakeholders from across the Southwest, distinguished invited guests, distinguished invited pensioners, the gentlemen of the press, good morning and welcome to the Ptad Southwest two-day Pensioners Stakeholders Engagement Forum starting today in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, the pace-setter state, home to many notable Nigerians and pensioners. With a round of applause, please, let's make welcome the chief host for today's event, the Executive Secretary of the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, Dr. Chioma Ejikeme. The Executive Secretary will give her opening remarks, and then we will continue with the protocols.
Southwest Ekaro. Southwest Ekabo. Èkó, Ògùn, Ọ̀yọ́, Ondo, Èkìtì, Ọ̀ṣun, ẹ káàbọ̀. Ṣó ń sùn dáadáa? Ṣé gbogbo ilé wà dáadáa? You're very, very welcome. We will continue with the protocols, but I wanted us to kickstart. The pension union executives here present, quite a good number of them, representatives of our stakeholders, our resource person and former permanent secretary, Ms. Doswago, management staff of Ptad, our very, very dear and revered pensioners, gentlemen of the press. Let me welcome you, Neo Ibo, to the Southwest Stakeholder Engagement being organized by the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate. I wanted us to kickstart because the day is far gone. Apologies for the late breakfast. I just pray that the caterers will do better tomorrow and for lunch. So we extend our apologies. For every zone that I have been to, I've always had a story. This is the last geopolitical zone we're coming to. And I have now decided to give myself the title of a true Nigerian, even if I say so myself. On a personal level, I have lived in the Southwest for the past 40 years. Since I left school in 1982, I relocated to the Southwest. And I have lived in Lagos for those 40 years. Eko ni baje o. Southwest don't ni baje o. Not only have I done that, I have done more than that. I not only lived in the Southwest for the last 40 years, I had all my children in the Southwest in the last 40 years. They went to school in the Southwest in the last 40 years. And I gave you people my genes and my blood. My 2 grandchildren are from the Southwest. Taroluwa ati Irolu. So am I not from the Southwest? Aha! Awani ye o. So let me welcome all of you once more to this stakeholder engagement. This will be the last zone, like I said, that we're coming to so far. This is usually, it's one of our ways of bringing pension administration to the doorstep of our pensioners. We not only tell you about, and we also tell you about what we intend to do in the future going forward. But most importantly, we want to interact with you one-on-one. We want to know how you feel about the services we're rendering. We want to get a feedback that I'll get mine. So we want to know you one-on-one, we want to see you, and we want to know what the problems are. There are a lot of problems in the pension administration in the country. Problems inherited over a very long period of time. It's not going to be possible that we will solve all those problems in one day. But most of the time, there are some lingering problems here and there that we don't even know about. But when we come to this kind of an interactive session, it's a very interactive session. And not just is it going to be interactive, we want it to be honest. Tell us what we're not doing right. Because we're here to serve you. If there are things that we're not doing well, we want to right the wrongs. We want to take constructive criticism. We want to know what you think we could do to make our services better to you. That is one of the main reasons why we have this kind of an engagement. This engagement, we would have had it over time, but you all know what has happened in the whole world in the last few years concerning the coronavirus pandemic. As a matter of fact, you know that in 2020, we could never have a gathering like this because we had lockdowns upon lockdowns everywhere, and there were restrictions to not just movement, but to association. So we were not able to get in touch with our pensioners the way we would want to interact with them. But having said that, we still opened up other lines of communication to be able to reach our pensioners. Not only did we do that, we declared Ptad an emergency service, and during that period, we made sure that we promptly paid monthly pensions, we paid arrears to both pensioners and to next of kin of deceased pensioners, And we took care of arrears of pensions for some defunct agencies. Some of them, we made one-off payments to them to settle our pension liabilities. So what we're here today to do is to kind of give you a rundown of the things we had done, the things we're still doing, and what we have coming in the future. Like I said, despite the lockdown, we continue to pay monthly pensions promptly, resolve complaints, we cleared accrued arrears, paid debt benefits to some next of kin and one-off payments of some defunct agencies, such as the Nigerian Aviation Handling Company, Aluminium Smelter Company, as well as ex-workers of Savannah Sugar Company, who have submitted themselves for verification. On the 14th of December in 2021, Ptad completed the payment of all outstanding inherited liabilities due to ex-workers of two of the defunct agencies, namely the Nigerian Reinsurance Corporation, where we liquidated a total of 126 months of inherited liabilities, the New Nigerian Newspapers, where we liquidated a total of 219 months of inherited liabilities. We also settled a significant portion of the outstanding inherited liabilities due to ex-workers of other three defunct agencies, namely Nikon Insurance, Delta Steel Company, and Nitel Mtel. Also in December of 2021, we implemented the approved 9.7% increment for pensioners of the defunct PHCN. This increment took effect from June of 2016. The accrued arrears were paid along with the 6 months balance of the arrears as a result of the consequential adjustment to pensions. And we paid a total of emergency in the Civil Service Pensions Department and approved the commencement of an expanded revalidation and recomputation exercise in a bid to offer 358 verified not on payroll parastatal pensioners have been brought on board. Some of the accrued and inherited arrears paid by the Directorate so far include the following. In 2019, we completely cleared the famous 33% arrears of pension owed to pensioners in the parastatal pension department. We completed one-off payment to 603 verified ex-workers of the Aluminium Smelter Company of Nigeria. We also completely made a one-off payment to 620 ex-workers of the Nigerian Aviation Handling Company. We added ex-workers of Assurance Bank to the payroll and paid their arrears. We paid part of the arrears owed to ex-workers of Nitel Mtel and some next of kin. We have completed the payment of arrears accrued as a result of the consequential adjustment to pension as approved by President Muhammadu Buhari to 3 out of the 4 operational departments. The civil servants have 3 months of arrears left, and we will clear that as soon as we receive the funds. We are working very hard to get the funds to be able to clear the 3 months. And from the feelings we are getting, we are going to receive those funds very soon. In December of 2021, Ptad settled a significant portion of outstanding liabilities to the other defunct agencies. I've also mentioned the implementation of the 9.7% increment to ex-PHCN workers with the attendant arrears paid. We have continued our meetings and engagement with the various pension unions, such as the Association of the Retired War-Affected Police Officers, which we held in Enugu in 2021, the Federal Parastatals and Private Sector Pensioners Association of Nigeria, Nitel Mtel Pensioners Association, Nikon Insurance Pensioners Union, Civil Service Pension Unions, etc. Between October 2021 and January 2022, we have held stakeholder engagements with pensioners from the North Central, South-South, Northwest, Southeast, and Northeast political zones. And now were in the Southwest. The last, but not at all the least. We have also expanded the frontiers of our collaboration with our stakeholders, including the National Assembly, the newly established National Senior Citizen Center, National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, the Military Pensions Board, PENCOM, our regulators, and of course, the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, our supervisory ministry. All these are geared towards ensuring that we deliver optimal services to our esteemed pensioners. Following the increment made to salaries of some federal government employees in 2019, as a result of the review of the national minimum wage, a committee was set up by the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission to review the pension and come up with an appropriate and realistic measure to increase the amount paid as pension to pensioners under the defined benefit scheme. In May 2021, we got approval from Mr. President for the implementation of the upward review, and we commenced payment immediately. Like I had earlier said, we've successfully taken care of the arrears for 3 out of 4 of the operational departments, and will defray the one of the Civil Service Pension Department as soon as we receive the funds. At this point, I would like to say that this particular consequential adjustment, even though not very well understood by so many people, but by the time we finish our presentations today, maybe we'll understand certain things better. But in the history of pension increments in Nigeria, it is the most equitable. It is the most equitable and the most impactful. Especially those who are state pensioners with federal share will agree with me that that particular increment made a significant increase to their monthly pensions. Bearing in mind that some of our pensioners missed the field verification exercises we previously conducted, we went across all operational departments due to one reason or another. We embarked on a mop-up verification across the 6 geopolitical zones. We went to the South-South, where we had centers in Benin and Uyo, the Northwest, centers in Kaduna and Sokoto, the Southeast, with centers in Enugu and Umuahia, the Northeast in Yola and Maiduguri, the Southwest in Ibadan and Akure and Lagos State. We intend to visit other geopolitical zones in due course and ensure that all eligible pensioners are duly captured and placed on our payroll. Our quest to recover the pension assets with some insurance underwriters yielded some positive results in the last few years. We have fully recovered the pension assets with 2 insurance underwriters, namely ICO Insurance PLC and African Alliance Insurance PLC. We also received the repatriated sum of 26,505,862 pounds 97 pence from the United Kingdom, which were pension funds under investment with Crown Agents Investment Management Limited, United Kingdom. And this was highlights of our achievements for 2021. The funds have already been used to settle the liabilities of the defunct agencies I earlier mentioned. On the 12th of October 2021, Ptad formally launched the I Am Alive confirmation platform, and to confirm that pensioners on our monthly pension payroll are alive and should continue to receive their pension. This web-based platform is designed to enable our pensioners easily confirm their aliveness from the comfort of their homes or neighborhood, using either a smartphone or a computer system. And this solution takes the pensioner through a 3-step confirmation process that ends with a text message response. The Directorate decided to deploy the application in phases, starting with a pilot. This pilot phase is a test phase, made up of a selection of 50,000 pensioners cut across the 4 operational departments and the 6 geopolitical zones. For some of you here, or most of you here, if not all of you here, this exercise will be conducted on you so that you can see and understand how it works. Other pensioners who are part of the pilot phase have equally been notified by Ptad via SMS. Having now traveled to all the geopolitical zones in the country to launch the I Am Alive, at the end of this event in Ibadan, we will officially end the pilot phase of the I Am Alive confirmation solution. And the application would now be deployed on a full scale to pensioners. We had earlier promised that the era of bringing out our senior citizens for field verification is over, and we continue to stand by that promise. Furthermore, the government, under the auspices of the Federal Ministry of Health, established a ministerial committee to look into the issue of providing health insurance for senior citizens. Ptad and representatives of the Nigerian Union of Pensioners are members of this committee. They have gone far in their deliberations, and we believe that very soon we will have a report that will be favorable to all of us. We will continue to prioritize the welfare of our pensioners, and we call on all the pension unions under the defined benefit scheme and other stakeholders for their support in achieving this feat. I wish all of us a very fruitful engagement, and like we keep saying, may the labor of our heroes past not be in vain. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for the daughter of the soil, the Executive Secretary, Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, Dr. Chioma Nnenna Ejikeme. Thank you so much, Ma, for that welcome address that highlighted the Directorate's achievements and activities in recent times. You will agree that Ptad has been very busy. Per the Executive Secretary's permission, I will go ahead now with the protocols for today. Please, let's make welcome the Director General, National Pension Commission, Mrs. Aisha Dahir Umar, ably represented by Dr. Tunde Alayonde, who is the Zonal Head, Southwest Zone, Lagos. Let's also welcome the representative of the Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Ayuba Sunday. Please welcome the National Coordinator, CEO, Servicom, Mrs. Nnenna Akajemeli, ably represented by Mrs. Jumai Abdullahi, Head of Operations, Servicom National. Please also let's make welcome the Permanent Secretary, Cabinet and Special Services, Oyo State, Mrs. Olubumi Oni, MNI. Also join me to welcome the representative of the Ministry of Establishment and Training in Oyo State, Mr. Lasisi Lukman. Okay, he's over there at the back. You're welcome, sir. Let's also make welcome our keynote speaker for today, and the former Permanent Secretary, Barrister Sonny Oswago, OON. Please allow me to introduce the Executive Management of the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, Ptad. Please welcome the Director, Civil Service Pension Department, Mr. Suleiman Cheleng. Also welcome the Director, Pensioner Support Services Department, Mrs. Nneka Obiamalu. Let's also welcome the Director, Parastatals Pensions Department, Mr. Kabiru Yusuf, also a son of the soil. Join me to welcome another son of the soil, Mr. Abdallah Abubakar, the Director of Customs, Immigration, Prisons, Pensions Department. Let's welcome a daughter of the soil as well, Mrs. Christiana Adebote, Deputy Director of Police Pensions Department. Join me to also welcome the Senior Technical Advisor to the Executive Secretary, Dr. Mrs. Magdalene Kadiri. And also welcome the Special Assistant to the Executive Secretary, Dr. Ihoma Ikemba Efugi. Also join me to welcome the Deputy Director of the Information Technology Department, Ms. Judy Membo. She's over there at the back. With your permission, the Executive Secretary, ma'am, please, I'd like to welcome the representative of the NUP President, the National President, that is, Elder Ayo Kumapai. He is the NUP National Vice President for the Southwest. Also on the NUP entourage, we have the General Secretary, NUP National, Elder Actor Zhao. We also have Comrade P. National. Also, we have Comrade Olusegun Abaton. He is the CEO, Pensioners Radio Ibadan, and the spokesperson, NUP Southwest. Association of Federal Health Pensioners, Mr. Akimbola. You're welcome, sir. We also have the member, National Executive of NIPOST Pensioners, Prince Adeleke. You're welcome, sir. We also have the chairman, Unilag Pensioners, Mr. Adeoshun. You're welcome, sir. Also join me to welcome the chairman at DME College of Education Pension Union, Ondo, and the Southwest Zonal Congress of Pensioners FCE Sector, Dr. Fatusi. Also welcome the member, National Executive, Federal University Pensioners Association, FUPA, Mr. Ajayi Olaiwola. Welcome, sir. We also have with us the Deputy President, Electricity Sector Retired Employee Welfare Association, ESREWA, Mr. P.I. Ogedengbe. Welcome, sir. And we have Mr. Franklin Erinle, the General Secretary of FREPAN. We'll take further introductions in the course of the program for today. But like the Executive Secretary already said, we're far gone for time, and there's so much for us to cover today. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the representative of the Director General of the National Pension Commission, Dr. Tunde Alayonde, the Zonal Head and Southwest Zone, Lagos, to give us his goodwill message.
Thank you very much, MC. Now, the Executive Secretary said that the Southwest is the last zone for this program to be conducted in, because it had already been conducted in the other 5 geopolitical zones of the country. You agree with me that the Southwest zone deserves this position, because the best is always reserved for the last. Let me express the profound gratitude of the Director General of National Pension Commission for the privilege to give this give this keynote address. she would have been here on her own, but due to other exigencies of duty, that was why she couldn't come here. You agree with me that the prayer of every worker is that he or she should see the day of retirement. And in most cases, it's always a day of celebration. So, and the Ptad has been established to take care of those retirees who had worked and retired under the defunct defined benefit scheme. And since the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate has taken over this responsibility, you will agree with me that retirees no longer die while waiting on queues for verification and enrollment, even for retirement. That is not there. And the good thing about the new scheme is that once you have been verified and enrolled for retirement, it is once in a lifetime. Nobody will call on you again for any verification on enrollment exercise. And because of the need to move with time, and having taken cognizance of the fact that this yearly verification is problematic to retirees, see, Ptad has come up with an online Alive platform, which is known as I Am Alive Confirmation Solution. This means that nobody will bring out retirees to the field again to say, come, let us verify you whether or not you are alive. Once you are able to complete the form on this platform, it means that you are alive. And today, another good thing with the defined benefit scheme is that pensions, monthly pensions, are directly paid into the bank account of retirees. Am I correct? Between now and before, which one is better? Now is better. And let me tell you that between PENCOM and Ptad, it will continue to get better. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alayonde, and thank you very much also for highlighting how much support that our regulator will continue to give to us in making sure that pensioners' welfare continues to remain a priority. Another round of applause, please, for Dr. Alayonde. We also have another goodwill message. We have goodwill messages that will be taken later on the program, where we have remarks for stakeholders. But at this time, please, I'd like to invite the Director of the Civil Service Pension Department, Mr. Suleiman Sheleng. He'll be speaking to us today and giving us an overview of Ptad's activities and achievements. Mr. Sheleng, please.
Good morning. Yeah, with the permission of our esteemed pensioners and the Executive Secretary, I want to stand on existing protocol that has already been established. Somehow, I feel left out, that I wasn't recognized as a son of this soil. And for the right reason, actually, because I cannot claim the kind of strong ties that the Executive Secretary has. 40 years. I was like, wow. And she looks like she's only 40 years old. And then my friend Kabiru Bamidele Yusuf, and I'm going to lay a little claim to Ogun State, where you're from. But I have a little story of my own, but I just hope that nobody can squeal to my wife I almost became a son-in-law of Oyo State. It did happen, but I was nearly there. I would have been returning to the Southwest as a son-in-law of the soil. Yeah, I know nearly does not kill it, but I'll have a little story of my own to tell. And I served in Ogun State as well. I used to go and watch football at the Ashero Stadium in Abeokuta. And I think I was there when it was renamed the Mudashiru Lawal Stadium. I know we have pensioners from Abeokuta here, right? You have a brother in me. So thank you very much. My work was almost completely done by the executive secretary in 30 minutes of precise presentation. She highlighted the achievements of the directorate over the past several years, and nobody could have put it in better context. So I'm only here to see if I can just flesh out the background things that were done, the activities that led to these very, very laudable achievements. And as the ES has said, we're only here to humbly present to you what we've been doing. But the most important objective of this interactive forum is to be able to have an honest and objective feedback from you on how we're doing and constructive advice on how we can do better. You know, feel free to criticize us constructively, as the ES has said. And I think the ES did not mention that you should also press us where you think we have done well. Please, don't be shy to press us as well, so that you encourage us to do even more. Okay, so I will give an overview of the activities over the past few years, and then my colleagues will come and elaborate and lay out the foundation of our next steps. All right, so by way of outline, oh, sorry, I don't forget. The presentation is in 5 broad categories. We'll have a very brief introduction and look at the critical areas of accomplishments. The ES has already mentioned almost all of those. Okay, so but we will just flesh it out a little, elaborate on the activities and the sleepless nights and the endless journeys that led to this particular achievement. You know, she said it in 30 minutes, but like I said, it took years to achieve those objectives. And then we will mention the specific milestones that have already been achieved. Of course, there are subsisting challenges that we are currently encountering. And then we constantly preparing to meet those challenges. And with your support, I'm sure at the end of this interactive session, we will be in an even stronger position to meet these challenges and lay a solid foundation to meet the demands of future challenges. And then my colleagues will speak about the potential policy responses and the way forward. Now, the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate was established by the Pension Reform Act of 2004 that was repealed and reenacted in 2014. This provided the legal framework on which the Directorate was built and where the Directorate derived all its powers to be able to achieve all the laudable milestones that the ES has mentioned. Okay? So in order to give life to the framework, to be able to achieve the objectives, the Directorate is structured in various operational and support departments and executive units so that they will be responsive to the demands of the moment. You will see that in the future. Then we also want to look at the achievement in areas of stakeholder management. Now, to be able to manage your stakeholders effectively, you first of all will have to know them. Okay? Not know them, know their names, know their biodata, get their biometrics, know where they live, and so on and so forth. That is why the focus of the current management and staff of Ptad under the executive secretary is know your pensioners. I'm sure you've been inundated by requests from your banks under the so-called know your customers. Our own mantra is know your pensioners. I know there are so many of my friends here that we recognize on a first name basis, but I also have their numbers. I know where they live. Our overall objective is to be able to know each and every one of you, not only individually, but the challenges that you are facing. Because if we don't know the circumstances under which you live and operate, we wouldn't be able to meet our overall objectives of meeting your specific requirements and improving your own experiences. So apart from the pensioners, we of course have other stakeholders. You've heard from one of the more critical stakeholders, Dr. Ayode here, from PENCOM. They regulate our activities, and they are very, very happy with us. Not only have we always been in lockstep with them in terms of meeting the expectations of our pensioners, but they also, when they come for annual examination, they find us to check all the boxes. And by the time they come for the next one, they always discover that we've not only met, but we've also surpassed the observations of the previous examination. But overall, there is also the federal government that is responsible for the success of the entire pension administration in Nigeria. You know, the executive secretary spoke about the increment in consequential adjustment in pension with the consequential adjustment because of the minimum wage. This is one critical lock that we have for increase in pension. Once that increment was announced for the minimum wage in 2019, work started subsequently on the consequential increment for pension. Okay? Although it took 2 years from when the minimum wage took effect to when the consequential adjustment came into effect, but the reality is that because of the planning that the ES had pushed through, we were able to implement the consequential adjustment in the month that it was approved, right? And commenced payment of the arrears that accrued over the 2 years since the minimum wage was increased. You are all living witnesses that when the 33% increment was announced, it took, first of all, it was approved in July 2010. Implementation started 36 months, 42 months later in January 2014. Yeah, and between when it was approved and when it was liquidated between 2010 and 2019, it took 9 years. But see what happened with this consequential adjustment. Within the space of 4 to 5 months, the arrears of consequential adjustment in 3 of the departments were fully liquidated. The civil service one, 21 months out of 24 months were paid. We will come to the reason why there is still an outstanding 3 months in the course of this presentation. But all these achievements were possible with effective collaboration with all these government agencies, the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, I'm sorry about the mask. PENCOM, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, that we rely on monthly allocations, Budget Office of the Federation, the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission. The ES has already mentioned the pivotal role they've played in the implementation of the consequential adjustment, the Public Complaints Commission, which some of you channel your complaints through, and who have supported us in forwarding some of these complaints to us. And then the anti-graft agencies. You know, we still have people that are spoiling the good name and service of our pensioners, parading themselves, but they are dubious fraudsters, right? They kept using your good name to perpetrate fraud. Fortunately, we've got the support of the ICPC and the EFCC to bring this, you know, even though we desire more engagement with the unions, we want further more collaboration, we need more information from them. But so far, you know, we have been able to, you know, reach out to them, open our doors to them, and then we've been collaborating with them. A lot of the union officials here today, you know, not only have the executive secretary's ears and attention all the time, they have her phone numbers, they have our phone numbers, they call us at all times of the day, and we've always been very responsive. We hold all of them in very high esteem. And then, of course, the general public. There is no Nigerian who is not related in one way or the other to a pensioner under the defined benefit scheme. So, by extension, we consider members of the general public as critical stakeholders. So nobody is actually left behind. We work not only for you, our pensioners, our primary stakeholders, but for the entire country. So stakeholder management for us is really very critical. And of course, the best way you can get to the optimum level of stakeholder management is when you collaborate, you get feedback from the critical stakeholders. Now, efficiency and transparency in financial management. We all know that you don't need to be an economist to know that resources are limited. We don't have all the money that we need to pursue all the projects that we want. But with the little that we have, we need to manage them efficiently. And we have to do that in a very transparent manner. Again, in her opening remarks, the ES has mentioned all the avenues from where the monies come in. Not only from allocation from the Treasury, but those that come in through the efforts of the Directorate. You know, she's mentioned the recoveries from the underwriters. She's mentioned the recoveries from investors, investment companies even abroad. Not only did she mention the recoveries, but she mentioned the actual amount and the utilization broadly. But at the time these funds were brought in, they were fully disclosed. At the time they were utilized, they were fully disclosed, and then you sitting here have been some of you at least have been the beneficiaries of these funds. We will continue to pursue whatever outstanding pension assets are there until we recover everything fully. Excellence in service delivery. The Pensioner Support Service Department in the Directorate is the most important department, like I said. Important in the sense that we in the Operation Department, we are all backroom staff. We work in the back offices, but they are the ones that interact with you directly. So if they do well, you will be happy. And if you are happy, everybody is happy. Okay? Because you are our customers. If you're not happy, nobody can be happy. And then Of course, you know what happens to a company whose customers are not happy. They don't make profit, right? All right, so the mantra here again is putting pensioners first is putting country first. We believe that if you want to know how prospective a society is or will potentially become, you need to see and understand how it treats its most senior citizens. And you are all witnesses to how we have progressively put the welfare of pensioners, ahead of every other thing in the way we offer services. The executive secretary has been pushing for having pension payment as a first-line charge. And then, to a considerable extent, we are succeeding. If you see that your pension is being delayed by even 1 day, it means that nobody else in this country has gotten anything. Be sure that salaries have also not been paid. Maybe because of logistic reasons, funds have not been released to anybody. But immediately funds are being released. Pension funds are one of the first to be released. That did not happen by magic, but through the strong advocacy of Ptad under the executive secretary. All right, just to look at the institutional framework that was derived from the legal framework of the Directorate. I have mentioned that the PRA 2014, which is constantly, currently I should say, undergoing review, provides the foundation, the legal foundation under which the Directorate operates. And then operationally, the Directorate is divided into 4 operational departments. We will see that, I think, in the next slide. But apart from the 4 operational departments, I have mentioned the Pensioner Support Services Department, which is very critical, but there are also other critical executive units under the Office of the Executive Secretary that provide the executive support, if you may, to enable us to deliver effectively. So we'll look at the structure and then probably discuss some of the strategic documents like the standard operating procedures, as well as the strategic, the organizational strategic plans of the Directorate that has already been reviewed, and we are already in the second phase. So by way of structure, you look at it. A lot of you that have interacted with us can see how it is. At top here is the Executive Secretary, and to my right, the 4 operational departments. Starting with the Civil Service Pensions Department, which is my own department. Are there pensioners of the Civil Service Department here? Do we have them here? Civil Service Department, nice. But I also have a brother who is a policeman. What about parastatals? Do we have parastatal pensioners here? Yeah? Yeah, you know you are my people, right? Yes. My umbilical cord in Ptad is buried at the parastatal pensions department, because that was my first department in Ptad. All right, so these 4 operational departments work tirelessly behind the scene to be able to deliver on most of these achievements that have been articulately adumbrated by the Executive Secretary, right? But I did mention the support from the Pensioner Service Department, the Pension Support Services Department. That is very critical. That is the department that you interact with directly when you come to Abuja or through the state offices, but also indirectly when you send emails to info@Ptad, or when you make phone calls to the call center I'm sure a lot of you here have been utilizing these avenues to get through to us, right? Yes? Okay. So the department is constantly working towards meeting your own objectives. We don't wait for you to ask questions. We actually look ahead and then improve on our frequently asked questions so that we can meet your own requirements. But look at those. Those are also the silent achievers, the executive units under the Office of the Executive Secretary. Policy and strategy. Whatever policy that is being implemented, it's coming as a result of the tireless work that is being done by this particular policy unit under the Executive Secretary. And to see that we remain out of trouble, both from you and then other people that want to put cock in the wheel of our progress, the legal unit is working tirelessly as well. And it's also working collaboratively with other people to see that we get the sort of legal leverage that we need in order to provide even more pensioner services, pensioner-friendly services. Procurement. Of course, I don't need to go through that. I'm sure a lot of you during your active years, you have gone through one sort of procurement process or the other. This is how all the facilities that we require are acquired, and they go through a very rigorous exercise that is set forth by the Bureau of Public Procurement. The monitoring and compliance unit is like the in-house police unit. They make sure that not only do we deliver our best, but they also ensure that we meet all the requirements in our standing operational procedures. The corporate communications, of course, if you get any messages, including the one about this event, comes from the hardworking people at the corporate communications unit. And of course, the compare of today's program, it's a daughter of the unit. Corporate services, of course, they provide strong logistics support. But look at this, finance and accounts. These are the people that communicate to you directly in the language that you understand. And I don't mean Yoruba, I mean a lot. Yeah? When you hear a lot, it's coming from finance people. We would have done all the work here, but they are the people that matter the most. Information technology, IT, the ES has mentioned that nobody is going to be taken out of the comfort of their houses for verification anymore. So that is also only possible with the work that the IT department has been doing in collaboration with our outside consultants. All right. I did mention severally in the course of this presentation that the customer is king, right? And in our own case, our customers are the pensioners. And the Japanese people, have one of the best customer service traditions. They consider the customers as God. Okay? And that is why I brought this little Japanese expression. I have been trying to learn how to pronounce these words for several years. I haven't been able to do so effectively, but you can give it your own try. Yeah? My guess is Okuya Kusama Wakami Sama Deisu. I don't try it. This is the assignment that I'm giving you, our fathers, to go and anybody that can call out this correctly tomorrow, please come and teach me. I'll be available. But essentially the message is that the customer is always right. Not only the customer is always right, but the customer is king. And we all know that we cannot we cannot mess with kings, right? Especially in the Southwest. In the Southwest is where you have the deepest tradition of respect, right? Hmm? Uh-huh. When my friend was going to get married, our Ashobi was white, agbada. So I did not know the tradition very well at that time because, just like I said to you earlier, I escaped narrowly. So when we went there, and it was in a playground, in a compound, and then the father of the bride was there. We went, and then, as someone from the Northeast, I just bent a little. They said, I said, no. Here we consider, in the true tradition of the Southwest, we consider every customer, where are we? We consider every customer a king. I mean, we might not prostrate in the true sense of the word, but in delivering service to you, we do it in a manner that suggests that we are actually prostrating to you. And I'm sure a lot of you have experienced that in interacting with our colleagues. I am still fascinated by the image of the executive secretary serving breakfast to our pensioners. That is how highly we regard you. Please, can you give a round of applause to the ES? All right, so effective stakeholder management. I said we want to know all of you. Personally, of course, we went around the whole country, all the nooks and crannies in direct verification, but also in mobile verifications. I am sure you are aware that even from the very beginning, when pensioners are reported to us as old, either old or infirm, definitely incapable of coming to the verification centers or to any of our offices, we send a team of Ptad officers to go and meet these pensioners wherever they are. And I mean it. And everybody in Ptad is a potential member of that mobile verification team, including the executive secretary. Everybody here has attended one mobile verification or the other, be it in hospitals, in homes, in wherever. So when pensioners are not able to come out, we go to them. Even before we came up with the concept of this I'm alive. This is another applause line, don't you think so? We cross bridges and rivers. Our officers ride Okada and Keke Napep. We use speedboats to go to islands like Bonny Islands, to go to where our pensioners are so that we can verify them. It's the first time this sort of personalized services are being offered to our elder statesmen. So, of course, we have a comprehensive database of our pensioners because we finished verification in all the departments. But these databases are just a snapshot. The comprehensive database today might not be that comprehensive tomorrow because a lot of things must have happened in 24 hours. Okay? So one of them could be that maybe there was one eligible pensioner who was one way or the other not available during verification. There are windows, the ES has mentioned, the supplementary verification, to bring them on. It could also be because a pensioner has also demised. We all know that pension is for life, isn't it? We should all be happy that we are alive today. But we also know that our ultimate end will come when it will come, right? So when one of those passes through the next phase of retirement. You know, you've gone through one already. We are waiting to go through that. But there is the ultimate retirement, which you will go, you wouldn't need any verification after that. Because all of us, by the grace of God, we are going to the kingdom of God, where we'll have a permanent rest. Okay? We want to be doing this. We want to be reaching out to you physically. We want to be reaching out to you online in cyberspace, right? And we are opening up state offices so that we can continue to provide the most effective pension services to your doorsteps. I don't want to get ahead of my colleagues. Currently, we have 9 operational offices. They are planning to unwrap a surprise for you, people of the Southwest, especially people of Ibadan. I don't want to get ahead of them. But by the time you come to that part of the presentation, you will hear. Okay? And then you will know how highly we think about the Southwest. Proactive measures. Like I said, we don't wait until we run into problems. We're constantly working towards improving your experiences. So we try to anticipate what will be the challenges of the pensioner, the challenges for the pensioner in the future. So we prepare for it today. Of course, that involves continuous creative thinking, continuous exchange of ideas with a lot of you, not only the unions, but also the individual pensioners that we can reach. And this is also where we do very well. And to be honest with you, it's a very delicate balance. For you to give the pensioners 100% while meeting all the requirements of your regulator is a very delicate act. Ptad has always been doing that. The pensioner wants the best, they want more money, the government wants to cut spending and reduce expenses, but we have been able to effectively balance these requirements of our stakeholders. Interagency collaboration. You had the testimony of the representative of the Director General of National Pension Commission. I don't need to overflow that. But I'm sure when we hear from the other agencies that will come forward and speak, you will understand the robustness of the collaboration with which we have with these agencies. Now, people management, you need the right set of people to be working in the directorate. I mean, this set of people could be best at the time of recruitment, but it's an uphill task keeping them best throughout the course of their employment. So, you require to constantly keep upskilling these workers so that they can meet not only current challenges, but to prepare them to meet future challenges as well. So managing the staff is another delicate matter. You've attracted the best. The work which the executive secretary has so far been doing very well is in retaining the best. Okay? This is another area that we have excelled. The staff are also a very critical stakeholder of the directorate. Interactive forum for exchange of views and ideas. This is one of them. This is one of them. And for me, it's the beginning of good things to come. They said the Southwest is the last in this series, right? Dr. Ayode said they saved the best for last, right? Which is true. Because supposing it's a competition, you play the opening rounds of the matches, okay? You play the round robin, you play second round, quarterfinals, right? This is the final. This is the final where trophies are won. Yeah? And the Southwest was deliberately chosen as the final place because it is worthy of a cup final. A round of applause for the Southwest, please. Because even for the I'm Alive thing, we are so sure, we actually cocksure that if it works well in the Southwest, it's going to work everywhere else. Yeah? That is why we are so confident that once we roll it out here, the pilot scheme will give way to the main scheme. You will hear from my colleagues how we intend to roll out the next phase of the I'm Alive verification exercise. Now, efficient financial management, not only are we working to save the government money, but we've also been able to institute a policy of zero tolerance for errors and corruption. We have digitized all our operations to the extent that everything is done, using the state-of-the-art technology that you can find. Of course, we have to constantly keep upgrading, but before the establishment of Ptad, pension benefits were computed manually. Yeah? So in addition to the errors of commission and omission, there were also many errors, arithmetic errors, and so on and so forth. But the institution of technology has effectively eliminated those kind of errors. And that is pursuant to our policy of zero tolerance for errors and corruption. Deployment and upscaling of agile IT facilities. Of course, you all know, and I'm sure our pensioners use smartphones as well. But you are constantly being asked to update some applications, isn't it? So our own IT facilities also require upscaling and upgrading in order to provide the maximum operational efficiency. The AS has spoken about the recovery of the pension assets. A lot has been achieved in that area, yes, but we also know that it's not something that we can do alone. We know that amongst some of the pensioners, especially the executives, you might have information that Ptad does not have. If you are in possession of credible information that will assist the directorate to trace some of those legacy assets, please feel free to contact the executive secretary or any of the management of Ptad to share that information with it, because we are committed to making sure that we recover all the assets and use it to pay you, because it's your money, yeah? No underwriter should keep your money. In that respect, I have to commend the work of the National Pension Commission as well. They've tightened the screw amongst on the underwriters. They have not given them the, what is it called now, PENCOM certificate or whatever it is. And then without that, they were not able to bid for a lot of the jobs that ordinarily they would have gotten. So that has forced some of them to come forward. But like I said, we require additional information. Okay, yeah, the full deployment of the GIFMIS payment platform, as well as the Treasury single account. Ptad does not operate any bank account in the commercial bank. We don't see any money. We don't see any money. So anybody that comes to you to say that government released money to Ptad and they're keeping it in the bank to earn interest, irony. It's not even possible. It's not possible. We don't have any commercial bank accounts. So when allocations are received, we see them On the screen, Ptad monthly pension allocation for February is released. The money doesn't come to us. It is sitting in the Consolidated Revenue Fund account of the federal government in the central bank. It doesn't come to us. So if we finalize, if there is money in that account, the credit goes to you directly from the federal government account in the central bank, directly into your account. I'm sure the representative of the Accountant General will lay credence to that statement. So please, we don't have any money sitting in any account. Ignore the rumor mongers and the peddlers of fake news. They just want to create disaffection. Regular and prompt rendition of payment reports and transcripts. Okay? Transcripts, have you? Every month. On time. There's finance here. We're always ahead of time. But I'm sure PENCOM know that in fact, Mr. Babangida will start calling you from, he's already started calling for the one that is due at the end of March. I said, wait, now when we finish paying, then we'll make the report. But that's on a lighter note. We are always on time, meeting our commitments to our regulators. But, you know, before the culture was sit down and wait until budget circulars are received for you to start budget preparation. And Tichioma said, Mbao, you have to start early. Go to bring budget office of the Federation, tell them why you need every ₦1. Call the members of the National Assembly, tell them why every ₦1 that goes to them, we actually need it. And that was, some of them found that program very fascinating. I remember when we did the first session with members of the National Assembly in Uyo, they found it very novel, especially when we said to them, you know what, this area, this money is too much, reduce it. We don't need it. But you know, this area where that auntie will get more, you know, regular pension and her arrears be paid, put more money there so that we can pay. At the end of the day, when we did an analysis, we said to them, this money that you gave us in 2021, we don't need that much. As a matter of fact, if you give us this money, which was almost 10% less than what you gave us the previous year, we're going to be okay. So that speaks to the transparency and the efficiency. Because if you give us lots of money in some ways that we cannot spend, at the end of the year, the money goes back to the Treasury without us really meeting that. And we cannot do any environment to move money from one subhead to the other. So that sort of enlightenment has really helped in getting the budget approved for what it should be. The challenge we are facing right now is in the actual release of the budget, but this is very early days in the year. We know that everything will be strengthened out. Excellence in service delivery, we've spoken about that. You are happy, she is happy, we are all happy. Yeah? And she is working to make sure that this is done. Every day, this auntie is fighting us. What about that? I mean, we were coming in today. She said, what about that NOK? I said, which NOK? She said, that NOK. Well, meanwhile, she had given you hundreds. You know? So if you meet the 99, and there is one particular one that you've not been able to meet, you are in Auntie Neka's problem. Why? Because she wants to give you the best. You know? And then she's developed personal relationship with the pensioners. That is the only way you can really understand what exactly they want. And then the call center, it's constantly been improved so that more pensioners can have access to it. We had limitation as to the number of staff in the call center, so a lot of pensioners were being kept on hold, and some calls experienced delays in handling it. But they are expanding constantly, and now they are at the capacity where they will be able to deal more effectively with some of that. And just so that we don't get you to start calling or sending emails, we are constantly updating the frequently asked questions segment of the website. If Auntie Idowu send a question, a complaint, and we resolve it. And we believe that, there will be so many other people that are in the same situation. So what we do is we update the frequently asked questions segment of that, so that these other people might not need to contact Ptad, either directly or indirectly, for solution. So the feedback mechanism, that depends on you. We are trying on our own to make sure that we reach out to you. But you also have an obligation to tell us how you feel. The ES has already said that. She said, be very objective, be firm, but you should also be fair. For instance, you shouldn't call to say that, they said federal government is release money and your staff are keeping it. I told you up front that irony, don't hear, it's not true. Iran, well, I don't know, I will come for lessons after. Then the launching of the Ptad Service Charter. Ajajumai, I'm sure let me not get ahead of you. I'm sure you will give us a true assessment of how we are doing since the launch of the charter. But the reality is that we've said in the service charter our commitment, service commitment to you. We had been meeting those commitments before then, even before then. But we have documented it so that you would also be clear about what your rights are. Okay, some of the achievements, the ES has already mentioned them. But it is also under her management that the payment of 33% was completed 9 years after it was approved. Can you give her a round of applause, please? That 33% thing had been the front burner issue in all pension discussions. 33%, 33%, 33%. And with the clinical efficiency of a medical doctor, she's been able to successfully perform this surgery and heal the baby. There was also the matter of the association of war-affected retired police officers. Do we have any of them from the Southwest? No. I think they are mostly in the Southeast and South-South. But they are officers, police officers who served on the Biafran side during the war, but they were subsequently pardoned by President Olusegun Obasanjo, who is also from the Southwest, isn't it? Right. So those people were pardoned, and then the dismissal was now converted to retirement. And they were enrolled as pensioners as well. ES has mentioned the one-off payment to Alscon and NACO and Savannah Sugar Company, which is actually a company from where I am from. Okay, so Savannah people, the payment that you have made to Savannah people has made me so popular in my local community. Thank you. Then the implementation of the consequential adjustment, the ES touched on it. But what the consequential adjustment window, the opportunity that it threw, was that it was no longer based on percentages. Percentages have not been really fair because pensioners were not enrolled on the same salary structure. We all know that the salary structure subsisting at the time of retirement, of your retirement, is the salary structure on which you were enrolled. As a result of that, pensioners that retired earlier, especially in the 80s and 90s, they were disadvantaged because the salary structures were very low at that time. Now, if someone is collecting 1,000 naira or less, if you give him an increment of 100%, it can only take him to 2,000 naira. If you give him an increment of 200%, it will be 3,000 naira. If you give him an increment of, my math don't finish, but you have to continue to grow that in geometric proportion for you to be able to achieve anything reasonable. That was not working. It wasn't working. That was why, and then the mandate of the executive secretary was that go and get the best for these pensioners. And we sat down with representation from everywhere, including the National Union of Pensioners, the Association of Retired Police Officers of Nigeria, the members of all the pension unions, including those of the security services. And we looked at the best way we felt this thing could be done. At the end of the day, instead of using percentages, especially if there are some of our civil service pensioners here, especially state with federal share pensioners, some of them, because of the little time that they spend at the federal level, they were collecting pension of less than 1,000 naira as federal pension. Right now, I dare say in this room, if there is any state with federal pension, with the federal share pensioner, there is no way they will be collecting less than 8,600 naira. Is there any pensioner here? Is there any pensioner here? No. So, but if you, okay, tell me what percentage can move someone's pension from 1,000 to 8,600 naira or to 9,600 naira. I can't do that math. What percentage? 3,000? 300? No. No, even me, I know. I said 300% can only take you to 4,000. Okay, so that is also an assignment for tomorrow. Because I know there must have been mathematical geniuses here where you were serving. But this math, it's a take-home assignment. Yeah? So that was the most important adjustment, to lift the people at the lower rung. The people at the lower rung. Remember, that was the spirit of the new minimum pension. The new minimum pension was raised from 18,000 naira to 30,000 naira. That was an increment of about 60-something, 66% or so. Yeah? I don't know, I don't. But it was targeted at the people at the lower rung. The people at the highest level, the people on grade level 17, ended up with between 2 to 4% increment. They were not given 60%. They were not given 60%. And the consequential adjustment was made in the same spirit, to make sure that the people at the lower rung get a fair shake. Because the whole objective is in lifting pensioners at the lowest level out of poverty. And this is the closest to harmonization of pension. So when your pension is less than, when your pension is less than 14,000, I believe, whether you are on grade level 1 or grade level 17, the most important thing is your pension is less than 14,000. Yeah, and of course that is possible, because if you are grade level 17 and you retire in 1970, your pension will not be more than 14,000, because the salary structure at that time was too low. Yes. So you will be treated the same preferential treatment that was given to a level 1 pensioner who is taking 14,000. It's the same level of treatment that will be given to you. Because what matters to us is the absolute amount that goes into your pocket. Because if you have 14,000 because you are on level 17 and they give you 4% increment, what will 4% of 14,000 be? I don't know. Again, you can work it out for yourself. The other critical area of achievement is in the implementation. It's in the implementation. I want to believe that the ES wasn't sleeping until that circular came out. When Salaries and Wages Commission brought the circular, I think it was something close to 7 p.m. The man called me and said, Mr. Shelley, are you in the office? I said, yes. He said, it's ES in the office. I said, yes. He said, okay, I am bringing the circular. I called the ES. I said, okay, Salaries and Wages said they're bringing the circular. 7 p.m. She did not leave until she minuted that circular out, directing immediate implementation. And that was when the implementation started. That was when the implementation started. But not only did the implementation of the monthly pension start, well, not only did it start, but payment of arrears also started. Remember I told you it took 9 years to pay 33%. Here, we are still 10 months from when it was implemented, and only 3 months for civil service was left. By the third quarter of 2021, PAPD, Parastatus Pension Department, Customs, Immigration, and Prisons Pension Department, and police, as well as Police Pension Department, had already liquidated the 24 months consequential adjustment. The Civil Service Pension Department is paid 21 months out of 24 months. And do you know why? The Civil Service Pension, after implementing this new formula, it went up from a monthly bill of 1.8 billion to 2.7 billion, an increment of over 900 million every month for civil service pension. Over 900 million every month. So for the 21 months that has been paid, over 19 billion naira has already been, that one, I use Excel to calculate it, though, not my head. So if you're paying over 300 million a month, over 900 million a month, for 21 months, you have paid over 19 billion. And we require almost 3 billion, definitely over 2.7 billion to pay for the remaining 3 months. The request has already been made. The ES has mentioned that there are encouraging signs that these monies will be released very, very shortly. I believe this story is another applause line now. Are we sleeping? Do we want to stand and shake a little? Huh? All right, I've already mentioned this is the minimum increment that anybody got. Even if your pension was less than 1,000, this is the minimum increment, 8,692. There is no federal pensioner in Nigeria, be it full federal, state with federal share, even if he served only 1 month at the federal level, that is earning less than this. Even if you served only 1 day before March 31st, 1976, when the states were created. ES has already mentioned the resolution, the special project, where over 50,000 complaints were looked into, and then almost 26,000 people were found to be entitled to arrears, and over 8.1 billion naira was paid. Payment to any case of deceased pensioners, implementation of the 9.7% increment for PHCN, and the settlement of inherited liabilities of some of the defunct and privatized agencies. You'll be hearing the specificities of this settlement when my colleagues take over the presentation subsequently. So in appreciation of all the work that has been done by the Directorate, in 2019, Ptad was awarded the best MDA by ICPC. Yeah? I mean, the applause should be louder than this. Considering where pension was before, huh? Okay, we have spoken about the complaint management, call center, 9 state offices, but most importantly, last year we started celebrating the Customer Service Week. That is an innovation for the Directorate to key into this worldwide best practice, right? And I hope I'm wrong, and then Savicom will tell us. I don't know too many public service agencies that celebrate the Customer Service Week. I don't know. Savicom will tell us. But even if they do, I'm sure the way we celebrate it is definitely up there. Okay, yeah, of course, the digitization of the database, the archiving process. Gone is the era of we can't find this file. We can't find that file. The file is missing. No, files are no longer missing. In addition to the digitized data, we also have a standard archiving process that guarantees file retrieval in less than 5 minutes. You know they say data is the new oil. If you don't have data, there is no way you can resolve anything. And then, of course, we have spoken about deployment of all these state-of-the-art facilities to meet that. Just look at how well organized this is, how well-seated everybody is, well-rested, well-refreshed and malnourished, nourished, I should say. Welcome to Ptad, where pensioners are purposefully dignified. We dignify you with a purpose. We believe that how a society treats its senior citizens is a reflection of how good that society is. And that is why, you know what, during the last verification exercise, all of you that participated in the exercise, you know the difference, right? You were kept in air-conditioned halls like this, right? You were given lunch and light refreshment, right? You were treated respectfully, right? Yes. So this is the kind of human face that we have brought to pension administration. Another round of applause for us, please. Pensioners, they carry them as if they are carrying their babies. They carry pensioners without thinking twice. They carry them as if they are fathers. They are their fathers. Without saying whether the pensioner is in one state or the other. No. That is the height of paying respect to these pensioners. They travel wide and near. They use the most unconventional means of transportation at the greatest exposure to their own security. Because the focus is in making sure that you go to this elder statesman who had given his best for this country to make sure that you give them the kind of service that they merit and pay them the pension that they deserve. This is really, really very important. And I am sure when my colleagues speak about the I'm Alive confirmation exercise, they would mention that it does not in any way take away anything from the mobile verification exercise. The ES has spoken about the mobile verification, and she's also mentioned the development of the framework for the I'm Alive confirmation, which, by the way, is ongoing. As you will hear from my colleagues, It's just a segment of the current pension population that has been selected for the pilot. But after the conclusion of this pilot in the Southwest, you will be informed when the platform is open for everybody, but it's going to be deployed in phases. Please do not panic. Do not panic. Everybody will be informed in good time as to when they are supposed to carry out their life project. You'll be hearing a lot of that from my colleagues. Challenges. Inadequate office space. Some of you that have been to our offices, you will know that they are not fit for purpose. Funding is always a problem. Because of the good work that we're doing, there is a continuous agitation from other agencies to migrate from, I don't know, okay, with due respect, but it's not Spencom's fault. Absolutely. But you have people saying, do you know what, we want to leave the contributory to come to, because they still don't understand. So there is a clamor for that, which is actually really misplaced, because the contributory is the future. I mean, we are providing defined benefit services, but we are contributory pensioners, yeah? Because we know that is the future. Then the lack of information on deceased pensioners. Yes, it's been said. If you know, especially to the unions, pensioners that are deceased, please give us information. Yeah, ultimately we'll find them. We dignify them even in death. We should be able to commiserate with their families. We should be able to send out letters of condolences to them. We should be able to contact them to say, you know what, if there is any other entitlement that the pensioner had, we should be able to do that. And so it's not just for removal from pension, it's so that we can also, in our own little way, in Ptad, give a glorious farewell to the pensioner. Because for us, every pensioner is a member of the Ptad family. So please continue to give us information on pensioners who have demised. We intend to have state offices in all the states of the Federation. We have 9, moving on 10. But the good thing is we are operational in cyberspace everywhere. You don't have to know how to operate on Twitter or Facebook or WhatsApp on your own. But you also have children and grandchildren and neighbors that can do that. The healthcare policy, which has been the focus of the medical doctor executive secretary from day one, she's mentioned to you that it's already gone to an advanced level of negotiation. And we hope that when a robust healthcare policy is established for our pensioners, no pensioner again is going to use their hard-earned pension for medication, because they will have the healthcare policy that they deserve. At retirement is when you need healthcare. That is not when healthcare should be taken away from you. Okay? Yeah, so we have the diaspora pensioners. Some of your colleagues who have gone to live abroad. We have not been able to verify them. We've been monitoring their aliveness through some informal policies of policy documentation. But ultimately, we want to come up with a robust system that will get them onto the database. These are some of the challenges. Collaboration with some agencies. I mean, there has been improvement. I spoke about some of the gaps in the PRA that are undergoing review at the moment. I wouldn't talk about these potential policy responses. My colleague that will speak subsequently will dwell into that. But this is just to give you a flavor that we are not resting on our hours. We are working towards meeting current challenges as well as laying the foundation for meeting future challenges in DBS pension management. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suleiman Sheleng. Please, a round of applause for that comprehensive overview of Ptad's activities and achievements. You will agree it's quite laudable what the Directorate has been doing with regards to pension management. And I'm very sure our distinguished pensioners have questions for you, Mr. Sheleng. But there will be time for questions after. That will be later on today during the interactive session. Now, if you turn to page 13 of your booklet, you will find that there's a page where you can write your comments and your questions. Please do that and then hand it over to any of my colleagues to give it to the director who will be moderating that session, please. I also want to inform all of us that this event is being live streamed on Ptad YouTube. Now, these details can be found on Ptad Facebook and Twitter page. And I know that most of you continue to interact with us on that platform. Like the Pensioner Support Services Department, PSSD, the Corporate Services Department is a key department at Ptad. And for today's event, they are responsible for the setting up of this venue, making accommodation and travel arrangements for our distinguished pensioners, and they've been making sure that your registration process has been seamless as well. I unfortunately omitted announcing the director at the time, and I humbly crave his indulgence. Please permit me to welcome the Director of the Corporate Services Department, Mr. Sani Mustafa. Thank you. And my apologies again, sir. Please also help me to welcome the Chairman, Steel Sector, Mr. Benson Olugbenga Oguntono. Welcome, sir. Also welcome the Chairman, NUP Steel Oshogo, Mr. Fajemila M.A. Welcome, sir. Next on our program is a paper presentation by our keynote speaker, guest speaker, and a former permanent secretary with the federal government of Nigeria. He's very well versed in pension matters, apart from the fact that he's been a permanent secretary. He's very instrumental in how a lot of things developed in the pension industry. Please, let's give a very warm welcome to Mr. Sonny Oswago, OON, as he presents his paper, Managing the Needs of Pensioners.
Good afternoon, distinguished pensioners. Executive Secretary, I wish to stand on the existing protocol. I know it's been my pleasure to meet with pensioners because I spent most of my public service life dealing with pension policies and pension matters. And coming to Ibadan has some nostalgia for me because as a young HSC student, immediately after the Civil War, we all applied to universities. That time there was no JAM. You applied to universities of your choice. And my first choice was University of Nigeria, Nsukka, for obvious reasons. The Civil War had just ended. But the way God and faith has it, I applied. All my classmates in the HSC got their letters to Nsukka, and my own never came. And I was among the best students in our class. And everybody wondered what happened. My letter, instead of coming to Minister of Finance, where I was serving, went to Minister of Education. Or before then, by July 1st, University of Ibadan gave me admission. And I kept that letter, I hid that letter for 1 month until I wasn't getting my letter of admission from Nsukka. I went to my uncle, who also read in University College, as it was called then. He asked me whether I was a fool. You want to go to Nsukka, where they have used the library books to roast goat, instead of you to go to where there is life, where the library and the science laboratories were intact. He said before he opened his eyes that I should go and post my letter to Ibadan, the letter of acceptance to Ibadan. And that it was 2 days to the closing time. 2 days to closing time. That my letter was posted in the train at Umuahia, in a limited train. And they got in this Nigeria, and they got to UI exactly before the closing date. In this same Nigeria. That was how I found myself as a student of University of Ibadan. And those of you who were great UIs, those of you who were great UIs, I was also a great Zikite. You know how to be when you are a Zikite. Great UIs. So it's a pleasure being back to Ibadan. We are going to look at the managing the needs of pensioners at retirement under the defined benefit scheme. Now, the federal government, in fact, from colonial time, had never played with the issue of pension. And pension is one subject that has been statutory since 1951, when the first pension ordinance was passed. Pension was not treated as an ordinary government activity. And the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, copiously, even in 1979, captured it. But the 1999 Constitution, it said that all eligible pensioners, no matter their category, have a right to their pension. It was a statutory right which you earn. And that it is a constitutional right that cannot be denied under Section 173(2)(1) of that Constitution. And that section says the right of a person in the public service of the Federation to receive pension and gratuity shall be regulated by law. Apart from few occasions where circulars came to assist, everything about pension is statutory. Up to Pension Reform Act 2004, and up to which was reformed by the 2014, everything about pension had always been statutory. Under Section 172, 32, It further says that any benefit to which a person is entitled in accordance with or under such law shall not be withheld or altered to his disadvantage except to the extent permissible under the law. And that, of course, means there must be judicial intervention. Under Section 173 of the pension shall, of the Act of the Constitution, pension shall be reviewed. You know that because unions, they're always quoting that. Pension shall be reviewed every 5 years, or together with any federal civil service salary reviews, whichever is earlier. That's how we have the recent adjustment in pension cycle. And then finally, under the Constitution, Section 173(4) says pension in respect of services in the public service of the Federation shall not be taxed. No person should confront you and tell you to bring tax clearance as a pensioner. Of course, except you form a company, then of course that company. So from what have been discussed this morning, from the Executive Secretary to the Director of Civil Service Pension, everything appears to be rosy. But let us not forget the state of pension before they started giving us this picture. Because we Nigerians, we tend to, when things become all right, we tend to forget the suffering of the past. If we remember the state of pension, then we'll appreciate where we are today and give thanks to the management of the Executive Secretary and his management for a lot of work that they have done. We remember the period of poor funding. The pension was poorly funded because pension, which was under the cost-related fund, was removed during one of the governments and changed into budgeting. It became a budgetary issue. And immediately it went into budgetary, and it suffered the vagaries of the budget, no funds, no oil has fallen, then pension started, there were backlog of unpaid benefits. Then, of course, the past suffered from pensioners because were poorly maintained, if you remember, which led to delayed computations, arrears accumulated, officers in the service manipulated their age and date of entry into the public service. Then several times you were called out, excruciating verification exercises. We know, after all the calling you out every year, no database. Of course, there were different pension offices. The civil service, SIPO had its own, police had its own, different military has its own, police has its own, different pension offices with disparate conditions of service. Poor remuneration of the staff working in pension, then poor communication with pensioners and other stakeholders. And of course, that led the public to have a very negative perception about administration and management of pension. Then the Pension Reform Act consolidated the management of the defined benefit scheme under the pension transition arrangement. Ptad came in March, and there was a revolution. The revolution is the management and administration of defined benefit scheme, which they have copiously been explaining to us since morning. Deploying the state of art, set of that technology, Ptad changed the negative perception pension had and set up a conducive environment that is pension friendly. A direct online and electronic payment to pensioner was established. Ptad simply used technology, prepared your this and every month, regularly, you got your alert. For the first time, verification of pensioners became a pleasurable exercise. The whole Ptad staff, they were trained to be courteous, helpful, humane in handling pensioners. Those of you who have participated in the verification exercise will confirm that they treated you with dignity, served refreshments and water, and made verification very conducive. Of course, there was this innovation of providing mobile verification for those who were sick and infirm. They went to various corners of Nigeria, no matter how remote, hospitals, very old people in their homes, verify them. Then these bold steps led to biometric digitization of pensioners' data. And the most important to me, and which was a problem, is communicating with pensioners. Pensioners face problems about getting information about their documents, about their delay in payment. The 2014 Act included a very important section which established the Pension Services PSSD department. And this department have devised many means of reaching you through telephones, emails, personal attention. You get to the office, they will make tea and coffee for you, ask you for your needs and challenges, and they will address it. And of course, the most important is this, which is innovative, this pensioner stakeholder engagement, where they have gathered all of us to listen to what they have done, the challenges and the achievements they have made so far. And for me, the most important achievement is timely payment of pensions, which is the product of automated and accurate computation. Every month, when you get alert, doesn't it reduce your blood pressure? It does. You get alert, it makes you happy. And they do it very religiously. For me also, because I knew the problem, this 33% of arrears. When you met any person on the street, anywhere, he will tell you he's receiving his pension, but his problem is 33%. That 33%, Mr. Shelling said, lasted for close to 9 to 10 years until it's under this administration, under Dr. Chome Ejikeme, that they took a bold step to bring to an end that sorry state about 33%. And I'm sure every person in this hall has received his 33%. And you're looking for more. Is it not so? Then this consequential adjustment of pension arrears. It has never happened in this country. This almost the same month in April that the circular was issued. By May, the whole arrears were paid. And you are only acknowledge that your problem has been solved. The same way you send the text to say, I've not been paid for. If you receive it, you should send the text to PSSD. That we have thank you, I've received this money. I think it should be reciprocal. You should also continue to thank and let them know that they have received response to the challenges you raise about your matter. Then, of course, we are happy it's been mentioned here by the Executive Secretary and Mr. Shelling about this national health insurance. And we are happy to hear that a lot of progress is being made. Now the unions, the various unions and chapters, managing the needs of the pensioners. You also have a responsibility towards your members. You should monitor the unions, chapters. You should monitor the welfare and well-being of your members. It should be a lesson between them, between your members, and the various pension offices, not only Ptad, whether it's military pension or whether it's, you should know what is happening to them. You should know when they are not well. You should be close to them because you are the closest officer. You should know when a member is dead and you report appropriately that the member is dead so that either Ptad or PENCOM or any other agency managing pension should know. And you should also let your members know about the current developments and events. The establishment of the National Citizen Center by an act of National Assembly. They are doing so many things. The union should be able to liaise with them and inform them, get updated about what is going on. Now, the pensioner, you have a responsibility to yourself also. You know you have retired. And the moment you have retired, you're your own. You have lost power and authority. You have to find a way to take care of your situation. The first thing you should know is that as a retiree, you are a target of fraudsters, 419, and all kinds of useless people that call you on telephone. When they bring proposal to you about business, try to ask other people. When they invite you to come and take political offices that you should bring money, be careful. The telephone calls that you receive that you should bring money, that Ptad doesn't ask anybody to bring money. PENCOM doesn't ask anybody to bring money. When you get such calls, be worried, be careful, ask questions, and as much as possible, report to Ptad all the WhatsApp messages and phone calls you receive. You are a soft target for fraudsters and dupes. As a pensioner, you should be able to manage your time. No, because time is available to you. Try to manage your time well. Try to engage in activities that will continue to keep you active on a daily basis. You should be mentally alert. Don't go and sit down and as a pensioner because aging starts from the brain. Try to read, form the habit of engaging in an activity that will task your brain. Ensure that you read something. Read something every day. Be productive and engage something that can challenge your intellect. As we are getting older, stress will come in. And the sources could be attitude, thoughts, belief systems. External stress could be caused by very many things, general conditions outside their control, relationships, marriage, divorce, home, money, health, minor project. Recently, GSM telephone calls, you should limit the number of calls that you receive. Because most of the calls, 90% of them, they don't even care whether a pensioner is what you do for them. Nobody will ask you, how are you? It's what you do for them. So reduce the number of calls because they can be very frustrating and danger to your health. Then more recently, we have insecurity, political instability, and religious tensions. At all times, please don't expose yourself to individual stress conditions. Because if you don't manage stress well, it can lead to other illnesses. Try to take some physical steps, physical exercises. Around your compound, you can walk. Engage in physical exercise every day. The regular exercise you take will reduce to the barest minimum the health risk of diabetes, hypertension, arthritis, and so on. So try to make yourself active. Then be responsible as you are getting older. Watch what you eat. You shouldn't eat everything that you come across. You go to a party, you want to consume everything. You should eat and drink responsibly. At old age, eat quality food, especially fruits and vegetables. Avoid as much as possible, as you are getting old, intake of alcohol and soft drinks. Do not eat very late into the night. Then remember to go for regular medical checkup. Don't be your own doctor. Don't go to the medicine store and they mix drugs for you. At old age, every illness should be seen. A doctor should see you so that you know, and I'm sure your children and grandchildren will make such arrangements. Don't be lonely, because the greatest problem of a pensioner is loneliness, especially if one loses a spouse. Try to join responsible clubs and select a good hobby like golf, chess, Scrabble, as the case may be. Finally, you are getting old. Be closer to God. Old age, it is time to live an honest and upright life. It is time to stop telling lies and mischief making. It is time to take your religion seriously. Participate in religious activities and be prayerful. Be prayerful. Because you are not living on the special grace. Then, because find a place, go to church or mosque, you find the community of God's people as good companions. As much as possible, get involved in voluntary work. Help the needy and those that are poorer than you. Be a good role model to people around you, especially the younger ones that are growing up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Barrister Sonny Oswago, OON, for your presentation on managing the needs of pensioners. I'm sure you can do a better job by giving him a very good round of applause. Now, even though I am young, I picked a few points from your presentation, sir, that I would definitely be including in my lifestyle. Barrister Oswago is a retired permanent secretary of the Federal Government of Nigeria and a member, Council of Retired Federal Permanent Secretaries. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Now, lunch will soon be ready, and we'll make announcements when it's served for you. But let's take a few good old messages at this time. And we'll start by inviting the representative of the National NUP President, Elder Ayo Kumakpai, the NUP National Vice President for the Southwest, to give us his goodwill message.
May I crave the indulgence to stand on the existing protocol. I have a goodwill message from the National President and Union of Pensioners, Comrade Abu Musi. The message in its totality is a message of hope, message of appreciation for what Ptad has been doing, particularly since the assumption of office of our present Executive Secretary. Ptad has changed the view of pensioners in the whole federation. We have seen now that the respect, the lack of empathy for pensioners in this country has changed in many ways. I have mentioned a few. The first is the transparency, and that the transparency has gone a long way to pave the way for your success. It's a totally different thing from when pensioners' affairs were under the head of service of the Federation. Ptad is so friendly now. We have means of approaching Ptad for solving our problems online, by communication. Gone are those days when everybody has to go to Abuja and will be treated like friendly beings. The way Ptad, particularly under the present executive secretary, we have come to find that your word is your bond. Anytime you said you are going to do something, we see that the things get done. You don't make noise. And when we have our problems, we find that we are even thinking, we are thinking above our requests. I was telling my national president that the Southwest here, we were going to make a case. And you even told us that we are even gone ahead to make that case. That is to have more liaison offices in Southwest. And you said by tomorrow morning, we'll be hearing something about that, positive. That is a plus. You recognize that Southwest has the preponderance of pensioners in the whole of the country. And why? Because civil service started from the old Western region. When we have an organization led by an executive secretary who understands these things, we are happy because it makes us very happy and it makes you too very happy. I'm happy you said 40 years of your life was spent here before you went. In Yoruba parlance, we say, Omowale, that is, you have come home again to come and see us. In one of the lectures which we had, they said, you have gone around, but you reserved the best wine for the Southwest. In Yoruba language, we say, Awalagba. That is where the father. We are not only the father because we are advanced. Like you said, we have respect for everybody. And that is one of your virtues. You went around this morning trying to serve us for breakfast. That is an epitome of humility being demonstrated by you. It has never been done before. We are still crying in the states for 33%. The 33% increase implementation, it was what we were crying, everybody. But you came and you solved it. And for the consequential increase, you've done even more than, like you said, you've done even more than surprised us. The implementation was so immediate, and the payment of the arrears was so sudden that everybody just felt. You said, when we came, you said you were going to pay, and you paid. You've gone a lot further, particularly by rescuing pensioners from these fraudsters. You, through a department, you are sending out flyers so that people will know that you don't take money and that our people should not start giving money. And you know these old pensioners, when you give them their statistics, their names, you give them their names, their number, and so on and so forth, particulars about them. We members of union officials will find it easy to dissuade them from taking action following these fraudsters. But you've done a lot of publicity, and the publicity is working. My national president says, I should thank you, particularly for gracing all the occasions. The last one, the last National Pensioners Day, and your comments when you saw exactly what was going on. We want to thank you very much. And on behalf of the national president and the chairman, Southwest Council of Nigerian Zonal Council of Nigerian Union of Pensioners, we welcome you to this city of Ibadan. And we hope that your stay here and the programs which you are running today will be of greater immense benefits to all pensioners in the Southwest and in Nigeria at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elder Ayo Kumakpai, who is representing the National NUP President. Thank you so much for your goodwill message, sir. Another round of applause for him. Thank you so much, Elder Ayo. We also have another comrade to give us a goodwill message. He's Comrade Olusegun Abaton. He is the CEO, Pensioners Radio Ibadan, and spokesperson, NUP Southwest.
Respected Executive Secretary of Ptad, all protocols duly observed, I will take this permission because we have been saying a lot of things about the Executive Secretary that my adding to it would be superfluous. But I want to say this. For the fact that this woman of God has done quite a lot for pensioners in the whole of the country. We have been having secretaries, but she is a different one for the entire pensioners. To this extent, I will crave your indulgence to give her a standing ovation while she sits down. Please, let that. Yes, we thank you very much. We have a short message here. The message is, the membership of Nigerian Union of Pensioners Southwest Zone appreciates the leadership of Ptad for deeming it fit to use the facility of one of our union, Oyo State NUP Hall, for the 2017 verification exercise. Your Honor, the release of the hall for the verification exercise for 2 weeks by Oyo State Council of our union was given to Ptad gratis. We didn't take money from it. In like manner, the council also solicited for and got the approval of Oyo State government for the use of the International Conference Center, University of Ibadan, for the same exercise and was paid for by Oyo State government for the 2 weeks the verification lasted. Ondo State NUP also did the similar thing by funding the venue of the exercise in Akure. The Southwest Zone of our union also appreciates the exemplary service of Ptad in attending to issues of pensioners in the country and the promptness and dispatch with which your establishment goes about the duty of making pensioners happy. The zone is also pleased with the humane disposition of the President, General Muhammadu Buhari, towards Nigerian pensioners. His Excellency does not violate the constitutional provision of paying pension anytime salaries and wages of workers are increased since 2015 that he came on board as our president. State governors in cahoots with their respective houses of assembly violate this constitutional provision with reckless abandon and impunity. As we speak, many state governments in the country have not paid 33.4%, talk less of this consequential adjustment. The Southwest Council's concern is the comfort and livability of our pensioners. However, it is apposite to point out that the Southwest has the preponderance of pensioners in the whole of the Federation, running into 55 to 60% of pensioners of the country. The Southwest is also large with the towns far apart. Pensioners from the hinterland of the Southwest face a lot of difficulties getting to Lagos with its attendant traffic problem to get verified or have their matters resolved. In spite of the fact that there are zones, that other zones don't have as many pensioners as the Southwest, they don't face the difficulties pensioners in the Southwest face because they are favored with more than one Ptad office. The following information is given to buttress our point. 1, Ptad has, in the Northwest, 3 offices in Kaduna, Kano, and Sokoto states. In Northeast, 2 offices in Adamawa and Yobe states. In the Southeast, 2 offices in Enugu and Anambra state. While in the Southwest, we have 1 office in Lagos. But we are happy that the ES has said something is going to happen tomorrow. And let me read my thing. From this analysis, Your Honor, there's virtually a Ptad office in the all regional capitals of the country other than the Southwest. The Southwest of Nigeria Union of Pensioners is humbly, we are not forcing it, humbly demanding that 2 Ptad offices be established in Ibadan. Being an old regional capital too, and central to the southwestern states, and another one in Akure, Ondo State, to cater for our pensioners in the hinterland. Pensioners from even Kogi, Edo, will benefit if there is a Ptad office in Akure. If there's a Ptad here in Ibadan, pensioners in Kwara will not have to go to Lagos again. And some of them even in Kogi. So we are appealing to you. The letter is signed by all the chairmen and secretaries of the Southwest, led by the National Vice President of our union. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to inform you that in the entire world, and I mean it, pensioners in Oyo State have established a radio station, the only labor radio station in the entire world. I want you to Google it. Just type labor radio station. And what will come up is pensioners radio station. And to this extent, we are inviting the ES, the Executive Secretary, Dr. Ejikeme, today at 5 o'clock to have a live interaction with pensioners in the Southwest at our station there. God bless you, ma. God bless your team. God bless all pensioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Olusegun. Please, another round of applause for Comrade. And we're very grateful for the positive feedback. Remember that the Executive Secretary has promised a pleasant surprise. So let's all hold our breath, but not for too long, because definitely it's a bumper surprise that we will all welcome. No doubt, the national and state NUP and other pension unions continue to be our valued stakeholders and customers whose welfare is Ptad's topmost priority. And may I also point out that Ptad has a state office in Edo State. Just look to the back of your programs. You will see a list of all the liaison offices we have in the various states and the numbers that you can reach them on. So you don't always have to come to the headquarters or go to Lagos. Just find the closest liaison office in the state nearest to you. Now, let's listen to the next presentation that will focus on Ptad. That will focus on Ptad moving forward. I'd like to invite the Director, Parastatals Pensions Department, Mr. Kabiru Yusuf, for this presentation. And after his presentation, we will take more goodwill messages from FEPAN and Cervicom. Thank you.
Please, my fathers and mothers, permit me to stand on the existing protocol that has been specially and medically established by our Executive Secretary in the morning. As I have been described, take forward the subject matter that has been taken up by my senior colleague that I fondly call Oga Shelling, about what have we done so far. You elders will say that if you do not know where you're coming from, you actually will not appreciate where you are, and you will probably not be able to fashion a way forward. It is because of this principal reason that we have chosen to organize a platform like this, so that we can all have a complete and shared understanding of where we are coming from, where we are, and where we are going. You will all know that the job that Ptad is doing now was hitherto being done by some previous other government agencies. And in order for us to ensure that we do not go back to the inglorious past, we need, in the balance of this African theme that says it is when the right hand washes the left hand that the hand can become clean. It is when you support us and ensure that any of the mischief makers that want to bring bad disrepute to DBS, you can stand up to shut them down. Because the primary beneficiary of the work that we do is yourself. And as you would say in this land, if you do not blow your trumpet, they will use it to drink palm wine. Now, I will quickly go to what, okay. My discussion areas is in 4 areas. 1, Ptad, the journey so far. 2, key achievements to date. 3, the future, critical insights and strategic priorities, and then the challenges. In terms of years, between 2013 to 2014, August 2013, Ptad was established. November 2013, Ptad begins the payment of pensions. December 2014, verification begins with the Police Pension Department. 2015, July 2015, Customs, Immigrations, and Prisons Pensions verification begins. November 2015, Civil Service Pension verification begins. And by December 2017, all verifications for police, paramilitary, and civil service were completed. In 2017, October 2017, Ptad paid 175 war-affected police pensioners their arrears. July 2017, Ptad commenced the restoration of 12,288 civil service pensioners that had been previously removed from the payroll. In October 2017, Ptad began the verification of the ex-workers of some defunct agencies, New Nigerian Newspapers, Nikon Insurance, and Nigeria Reinsurance Corporation. In 2018, April 2018, Ptad dropped 24,021 unverified pensioners from the civil service payroll, and thereafter conducted mop-up mobile verification across Nigeria for all operation departments. Follow-up with that is the enrollment verification of qualified ex-workers of New Nigerian Newspapers, Nikon Insurance, Nigeria Reinsurance Corporation, Delta Steel Company, NITEL, MTEL, and Nigerian Defense Academy civilians for collection of monthly pensions. In 2019, in July 2019, Ptad paid balance of one-off severance benefits entitlement to ex-workers of Savannah Sugar Company. In November 2019, Ptad completed verifications of all parastatal pensioners. In December 2019, Ptad fully liquidated all 33% pension arrears from 2010 pension increment. In 2020, in spite of the lockdown occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, in May 2020, Ptad started the ongoing quality assurance on the database for police and paramilitary pensioners. In June 2020, the expanded CSPD benefits competition project and payment commenced. My senior colleagues have talked about that. Then followed by the ongoing one-off payments for ex-workers of Nigeria Aviation Handling Company, NACO, and the Aluminum Smelting Company, ALSCOM. 2021. In March 2021, the mop-up verification in Lagos, Edo, and Uyo was carried out. In May 2021, Ptad implemented the consequential pension adjustment for pensioners on the pension payroll immediately after that circular was received from National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission. And then followed that the ongoing quality assurance on the database of CPD pensioners and payroll validation. In May and July 2021, Ptad paid cumulative 18 months out of 24 months of CPA arrears. In December 2021, Ptad paid the 6-month balance of CPA arrears to all pensioners, excluding the CSP pensioners who still had 3 months outstanding. 2021 continued. In December 2021, Ptad implemented the approved 9.7% pension increment for PSCN pensioners, which took effect from June 2016. We paid the accrued arrears, as well as the 6-month balance of CPA arrears that was due to them. The total amount paid was 6.9 billion naira. In same December 2021, Ptad liquidated the outstanding balance of inherited unfunded pension liability due to the pensioners of Nigeria Insurance Corporation and New Nigerian newspapers. Total amount paid was 3.1 billion naira. In the same December 2021, Ptad paid additional number of months out of the outstanding balance of inherited unfunded liability to pensioners of Nikon Insurance, Delta Steel Company, and Nitel MTEL. Total amount paid was 14.7 billion naira. In 6 major areas, Ptad could have said to have this milestone achievement. 1, the completion of the PAPD verification and leading to the removal of 5,834 pensioners from the payroll due to irregular BVN. That was in November 2019. And then consequently 21,227 that was removed in October 2020 as a result of non-participation in verification, as well as liquidation of the outstanding 33% pension arrears. 2, through the tireless efforts of Ptad, we have been able to recover cash and non-cash assets of over 5.85 billion naira from the Board of Trustees and 6.73 billion from insurance underwriters in 2019 and 2021. This work is still ongoing. 3, the automated benefit computation of over 30,000 verified civil service pensioners and payment of their entitlements. It has been reported that that amount is almost in the region of 8.5 billion naira. 4, verification mop-up exercises for pensioners in Lagos and Southwest, South-South, and Northwest. 5, implementation of the consequential pension adjustment. 6, onboarding, payrolling, and payment of accrued arrears of defunct agencies. 7, verification, computation, and payment of the balance of one-off severance entitlement benefits to ex-workers of NACO and ALSCOM. 8, repatriation of £26 million of pension funds from Crown Agent Investment Management of UK. 9, progression on the building of the comprehensive consolidated database to about 88%. 10, 6-month balance of CPA arrears to all pensioners, excluding CXPD pensioners that remains 3 months. 12, liquidation of outstanding balance of liability to NNN and Nigeria. 13, and payment of additional months of arrears to Nikon, Nitel, and Delta Steel Company. Those are the past. What are we doing towards ensuring we sustain the quality of our services and our impact to our esteemed pensioners? What are our plans for the future? Please join me. You will all agree with me that we have completed verification for all 4 operations departments. Yes, we have some few cases of pensioners that have not been verified, which we are taking in, but the major database for all pensioners under Ptad, we have them. Our review of this database has indicated some key salient indicators. 1, our pensioners that are aged between 45 to 64 years, representing about 60,000 pensioners, 25% are still within their youthful years. I will explain that later. Two, because of the successes that we have achieved in bringing smiles, bringing dignity to the mind and soul of our pensioners, and recognizing the effort and sacrifice they have made in their youthful years, there were a lot of pensioners in the past who did not bother to present themselves for pension because of the way it had been mismanaged in the past. Some of them are now coming up. You know, as they say, success has many relatives. Failure is an orphan. Three, it is a sensitive subject in Nigeria, and cases are not often reported by no case. And the process for factual identification and removal from the payroll is one that requires careful implementation. Four, defunct privatized agencies of government who had no respite for their pension after long years of waiting now have a bona fide home in most recently to come on board, Bank of Agric. The fact that many of these pensioners are still within their youthful years has changed the trajectory of Ptad's transitional timeliness for winding down. One of the biggest impact of the defunct agencies pensioner is that you find out that some of these, our senior citizens, had not received anything from government, in some cases as far back as 25 years. The action of the government, to the best of our knowledge represent the most significant welfareist disposition of any government under the sun that I'm aware of. And why do I say that? The ES will agree, and all of you will agree, from 26th of February, we have been receiving SMS. Hello, how far with February pension? The SMS moved to WhatsApp. 28, it moved to social media, Twitter. This morning, I woke up to about 15 SMS. And it is because Ptad has consistently, regularly, promptly, since August 2015 to date, paid pension as at when due. So you have come to expect it, take it for granted, and take it as a standard. And with the commitment of the Executive Secretary, I can assure you that by the grace of God, that will not change. But you elders used to say that the insect that is dancing on top of the pond is not dancing alone. The drummer is at the bottom of the pond. The drummer that is making Ptad to perform is the government of President Muhammadu Buhari. There's an American slang that says, money talks, bullshit works. No matter the Excel sheet, the application, and whatever it is that we prepare, if there is no funding on that platform, if you like button 1,000 times, nothing will come out. But I am happy and delighted to let you know that funding was confirmed this morning with the express permission of the Executive Secretary. And the food is now being cooked. And in the usual way and manner that ES will say, a lot will come very soon. Just wait. But let us take a moment to try to visualize the experience that some of our senior citizens like you had gone through in not receiving anything, in some cases for 10 years, for 15 years, and as much as 20 years, month to month. And it is the reason why the ES now declared an emergency and ensured that every verified defunct agency pensioner that has not been on the payroll, we must ensure we get them onto the payroll. So that they can be enjoying alerts. And it's not yet on payroll. That PAPD department must ensure that they get them onto the payroll. This project started last year, and we are committed to ensure that on or before the end of this month, spilling over into a few weeks into April, every verified pensioner that has not been verified under parastatal pension department will smile like every one of you. I know the meaning of that, praise the Lord, sir. And then we continue to have a deluge of requests from other agencies who want to come under the DBS. Nigeria Airways, Federal Mortgage Bank, Nigerian Newsprint Manufacturing Company, to mention but a few. But like the ES would say, Ptad is a cashier. The cashier cannot do anything. It is only the instruction of the operations manager that the Ptad will carry out. If the federal government gives any directive, we don't have any power to stop it. So if anybody has any request, please take it to the right quarters. Ptad does not have any power to bring anybody onto the payroll and does not have any power to remove anybody outside of the existing policy from the payroll. I have talked about this one. That is to ensure that everybody that has been verified has not been paid are brought onto the payroll. And we are committed to ensuring that we get that done. Then the second one, for some of you that are already on the payroll, some of you have issues dating back prior to when Ptad was created. Probably from the error in your enrollment for pension when you are still being managed by your agencies. Some of you have wrong. It's related to your time and date of exit to determine your computed separate from the inherited monthly pension that we started with in August 2015. My fathers and mothers, there is, for any one of you that has been wrongly denied your correct monthly pension, sometimes dating back to when you were enrolled for monthly.
Your presentation clearly showed Ptad's strategic priorities, how Ptad is moving forward, and the future outlook for Ptad. And he also spoke a lot about fraudulent activities by people who want to take the little that you have, which is not even enough to start with. So if you look at the back of your program, you will find the number to call if you get any suspicious message or suspicious call. You can call that number to report the fraudster and give us details to enable us follow through, or you can send us an email. Now we'll take other goodwill messages from our stakeholders here. Please let me invite the General Secretary, Federal Parastatals and Private Sector Pensioners Association of Nigeria, FEPAN, Mr. Franklin Erinle, to give us his goodwill message. Sir, you will teach me how to pronounce your name, sir. Thank you, sir.
I am Erinle. Thank you. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. The ES We have heard so much about her today. Well, when I was coming, the President General of FEPAN said I should greet all the pensioners very warmly. And that at FEPAN, we are very grateful to Ptad for what they are doing. You see, FEPAN, as the name indicates, federal parastatals and private sector pensioners. All our members are being paid by Ptad. It's different from states. Some states, they have people who have federal share. But if you don't have federal share, you don't have any business with Ptad. So we are wholly Ptad, federal parastatals. And we can tell you exactly how things are now. Please, permit me to do an audit on what the ES told us of our 40 years in the Southwest. Well, we discovered that as a house officer, she served at LUT in 1983. So that actually shows that as far back as 1983, she's been working for us in the Southwest. She did her master's in public administration at UNILAG 2002. Yes. And eventually, she retired from civil service job in 2004. The implication of this is that the ES appears not to like contributory pension. She wanted DBA. So she's part of us, a pensioner who is also drawing pension. And look at it. At Ptad, FEPAN, we appreciate the fact that this woman is a blessing to pensioners. Whether it is by design or an accident, the federal government of Nigeria has decided to put women in charge of pension in Nigeria. They started with Nelly Meshach. She left, and then Sharon Ikeazo came. And finally, we got to Dr. Chioma Ejikeme. If I ask any one of us to do a rating, we will say it has been going from good to better, and from better to best. Another reason why it is best is that among all these three, Dr. Ejikeme is the only pensioner among them. So please, our fathers, our mothers, and my colleagues, I am not a political person, but please, whatever party you belong to, tell your friends, tell your children there that if there's going to be change in government in Nigeria, we don't need any change in pension administration for now. No matter what party, let them just leave this section. Things are getting really better. Dr. Ejikeme came into office August 20, 2019. And in less than 6 months, COVID-19 locked everybody up. She was just studying the situation. But as COVID-19 was blocking her, she was always looking for another way. So, you see, 2020 to now, this particular month makes 2 years of this COVID-19 of a thing. If that was taken as an excuse, it would have affected pension adversely. But for the hard work that Ptad is doing, we have been enjoying this. We want to continue to show appreciation and for the union to continue to cooperate with them in the administration of pension. And this, I am alive of a thing, I want to say is one of the best things that will ever happen to us. Pensioners are not going to queue up ever. pensioners can travel at will and be verified in any country of their choice. So don't let us, as at now, be thinking of the inconveniences. If the fathers, the mothers know how to copy and paste videos, jokes, and tips, you get used to it and it becomes very easy. So don't let us look at the initial inconveniences. I'm not used to it. We will all get used to it. And the unions are also there to help us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you again to Ptad for what they are doing. But it doesn't end there. God Almighty has also placed a woman above Ptad, and that is the Minister for Finance. So just look at it, 4 women in a row. And by the time she goes to the president on this matter, realizing that the president too is a pensioner, I think this is just the best time and the best arrangement pensioners are enjoying now. Please, let us support Ptad to succeed more, and let us help to see that she has a stability of office for her to be able to actualize her dream for Nigerian pensioners. I would now like to appeal to Ptad at the same time, realizing that here there are 2 registered pensioners unions. Well, this is like all of us being under one umbrella for more than 40 years. And after 40 years, a second umbrella has been given to us. Should we throw the umbrella away? No, it makes things easier for us. So I would like to appeal to my colleagues and to Ptad that we should come together and talk. See, we are here, I met individuals here, we related as if we are from the same family. There is just no basis for us to disagree. The more, the merrier. 2 umbrellas, good enough for pensioners under DBS. The 3rd umbrella is for pensioners under contributory pension. I think this is good for us. Please let us close rank, work together, and make the job of Ptad easier. One of the things that is making it difficult now is that some people who have given up hope on pension because of the way it used to be, they are now coming back to be verified and be on pension. So Ptad will definitely be having more jobs. Those who think pension in Nigeria is useless, they are beginning to see that under Dr. Chairman Ejikeme, it is better. So please, let us continue to support Ptad, and let Ptad also continue to factor us in whatever they are doing. We also have our contributions. Thank you very much.
For lessons, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let's take another goodwill message. This time from the National Trustee, Federal Civil Servant, Engineer Ahmed Lawal. Please, can you come up and give us your goodwill message, sir? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Executive Secretary Ptad, and I pray Almighty Allah will continue giving you the strength, the wisdom, and the ability to pilot the affair of pensioners across the nation. Honestly, we are very happy. We are highly elated. The point is that you are the 3rd Executive Secretary of Pension Transitional Directorate Department. You are aware, before this department was established, pensioners were highly under very serious, difficult situation in the country. In 2009, 2010 to 2014, Ptad was established because of the struggle by the pensioner, because they were denied their right. Some of them, they died. I remember the day we were going to the National Assembly, 2 of our members died. We had to rush them to National Hospital. You could remember, the Ptad was the first to be established, not PENCOM. The Ptad was the first to be established. And the then Minister of Finance, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, we were at the floor of the National Assembly, gathered her, disturbing her, that look, we are here, we are tired. The government should give us federal pension board. We don't want anything. We don't want to be under head of service. We don't want to be any under. So the woman looked at us. He said, look, my friend, if you go through this new federal pension board, it will take long time and you will still be punished. So what I will advise you, we help you, we will put you under transition. That's where the transition name comes in. Transition is not permanent for us. It's supposed to terminate somewhere. And I appreciate the ES because he's one of us, he's part of us, he suffers with us, and he knows our problem. Honestly speaking, there are still more to be done. There are still more that you have to do. So therefore, you will encourage pensioners to come together, to unite together, and to be treated fairly, equally, and together. You have added a lot of burden, which to me is so strange to me. Because all these other agencies that is now on your head now, they are not, honestly, they are not part of it. And it is important, we should get it clear. The privatization, the reformation, the restructuring, and the rest of them, those that privatize those companies, you need to get from them because you have to get from the source. In those days, when we are in the service, if you are not employed by the Federal Civil Service personnel, and if your department created an agency, even if they employ you, you must still go and normalize your file with the Federal Civil Service personnel before they can gazette your name. Before you can be gazetted, then before you can be qualified to have pension. So you need to look into that one. Because the burden on you now, to me, is too enormous. And you cannot create money by yourself. They come under budget. And you must prepare that budget. And the government will look at it and you see what we are going through economically now. It's not easy. It's not easy. So I wish you the best of time, and I wish you good health. And as you promised that you are going to give us health insurance, because you are a medical doctor, we know that you can do it, and you are already doing it, and you do it successfully, inshallah. So I thank you very much. And so whatever it may be, our relationship, because I won't lie to you, the Federal Civil Service personnel, they write a lot, they petition a lot, and let me tell you, the oracle of a civil servant, and you know, is petition. So that if anything is missing, if anything is lost, it's through petition, they get it out. But this day, false information, fake information, hate information has messed up the whole situation. We'll still have a lot to discuss, and then we agree. And I'm really happy, and I'm happy with you that you have get the pensioner to this level for the first time. You see, People who are sitting down, you are serving them, they are eating. Glory be to God. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ahmed Lawal, for your goodwill message. Let me invite the representative of the CEO of Servicom, Mrs. Jumai Abdullahi, Head of Operations, for her goodwill message.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by appreciating the ES for ensuring that Servicom was part of all its stakeholders meeting, facilitating our attendance. And then I also want to stand on existing protocols. You don't break protocols when people have started standing on existing protocols. And align myself as well with everyone who has come up here to say they are sons and daughters of the soil. Unlike my uncle, who was almost the son-in-law, I attended Federal Government College Odogbolu, and I remember then they used to bring us to Ibadan to take the train to the north from where everybody, to Kaduna, from where everybody get back to their state. So I am also a daughter of the soil. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the ES. It is said that a man's wealth is not judged by how much he has in his bank account, but by how many lives he uses that money to touch. I want to assure you, ma, that you're leaving a lasting legacy, and your legacy will be forever remembered. As coming up in the civil service, I used to be a bit worried when I see pensioners all lined up at the Eagle Square, some sleeping in the open space. I used to abhor thinking about myself as a pensioner. But today, I have 3 years to go in service. I am very happy to want to exit because I know there are structures in place that will give me my benefits. Thank you very much, ma'am. I bring you greetings from my boss, the National Coordinator of Servicom, who is also your namesake. She is a fan of yours. She's always talking about you. She sees you as a Servicom champion because of all the service delivery initiative you are putting in place. Servicom is about service delivery, effective and efficient service delivery. And my boss is trying very hard to ensure that we have an act that will establish the Service Delivery Management Agency in Nigeria. And in line with that, she's in Calabar having a meeting with the Open Government Partnership. And she was hoping that she would have been able to come to Ibadan to be part of this process. And so she has asked that I bring her goodwill to the meeting, and also hoping and wishing her sister the best in all she's doing. I want to say we cannot exactly quantify the number of lives Ptad has changed and guaranteed of their pensions. But I have a story, a short story I want to share with you. A couple of years back, we had a pensioner who was always coming to the Servicom or anywhere else to come back to. And even policeman, Servicom took it up. Just a little effort with Ptad. I personally took him to the Ptad office. And the desk officer said, if you can just get us this one document, we will be able to put him on a payroll. And that was what happened. Today, his life is changed. Today, he's reunited with his family members. We did not know that in 10 years, he was sleeping under the basement. He had a daughter. His first daughter was working with Shell as a nurse. But you see what Peter did. Because they say he who has family members. Like the last speaker said. He said, somebody who does not have is a bastard or something like that. That's the truth. When you have family members. And so his family members came up after Peter put him on the pension roll, and they saw the way life was becoming good for him, and now he has been reunited with his children and his wife. So I would like to say thank you very much, Ma, for all you are doing. It's not going to go on.
I'd also like to invite, to give us his goodwill message, the Deputy Director Compensation from the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, Mr. Abbey.
Good afternoon, my mothers and my fathers. The ES, on behalf of my chairman, the chairman of National Salary Income and Wages Commission, I wish to express our regards and honor for this gathering. To our elder statesmen and women sitting here today, wishing you good health and happy retirement life. The chairman of the commission has been working assiduously. Whenever he has an issue whenever there's an issue that has to do with pensioners, he doesn't take it as a joke, because he too he was a pensioner before he was appointed, and he's still a pensioner. Apart from being a pensioner, he has so many family, wife, and everybody that are related in these pension matters. And anytime there is an issue that, because most time we have challenges from some of our pensioners who are always looking at Ptad as not paying them the right pension rates. Most of the time they thought that Ptad is short paying them because of lack of the knowledge of what supposed to have been the actual retirement benefit. Most of the problem we are having today comes with, like what Engineer Ahmed said, that the pensioners that are supposed to even be recognized are those from federal government. But from most of the problems we are having today are from the agencies that were created by ministries and departments of government. And during their creation, when they were there, the salaries and allowances being paid to them were not regularized with government. And when the Ptad want to compute, Ptad is always relying on the circular that come from government through Salaries and Wages Commission. We have, up to today, we are having several cases of pensioners writing to the commission on short payment of their retirement benefit. They are not writing out that Ptad is not paying them, but the major issue are always short. And most of the time when they come, we do invite them. We will invite the ministry and all those things. Let's see what you are paying these people so that we can advise Ptad appropriately. And God has been working, using that one to solve some of these issues. The commission too has always been working in line with the Constitution, that in sections 173, which is also entrenched in its Act, Part 2, Section 3, which said, which empower you to examine the rate of retirement benefit and recommend appropriate mechanism for periodic review. This we have been doing anytime there's increase in the salary of serving workers. And most time when the commission feel that there is a need for harmonization, we sit down with Ptad and discuss with them and look for way out. As at present, the commission is thinking of what should be the minimum pension to be paid to pensioners. Because as at today, you see some pensioners earning as low as 7,000 naira, 5,000 naira. So most of these things are contained in the petition being written to us. And we are looking at the ways of how do we bring jack this thing up, how do we reconcile this thing. But we are thinking of having a stakeholder meeting with Ptad and other relevant agencies, which in due course, I believe the commission will be able to come to do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abe, for your goodwill message. We have received your questions, and you'll get your responses during the interactive session, which will be after this break. For now, lunch is served. Please make your way to the back of the hall for lunch. Also, for our mommies and daddies who will not be joining us for lunch, they have the option of having their lunch packaged for them to take away.
Good afternoon. This is a special announcement. Ptad staff, can you come forward, please? All Ptad staff, can you come forward for a message, please? All Ptad staff, can you come forward for a message, please? Ptad staff, can you come forward for a message, please? All Ptad staff, can you come forward immediately for a message? Let's sit down very quickly. Yes. Grab any seat, sit anywhere. Yes, a quick message. No, we don't continue. We'll finish before they.
Let's make it a standing meeting.
Okay, all right. Where are the other people now? This is official. All Ptad staff, can you make your way forward, please?
Madam is going to finish up where he started tomorrow with the funnel. We don't actually need to understand. These men are lost. We say, okay, somebody needs to tell you they are lost. They get one way. This man don't deserve it.
All right, guys. Can I have your attention, please? Let's huddle very quickly so that we will be done before. So we all know why we are here. We are here to support the pensioners carry out their life confirmation. Okay, that's fine. If they actually know what they're supposed to do, there's no problem. I am actually more particular about the people that are attending this event for the first time. It's important for you to, first of all, understand what is being done before you can support anybody. We started very late today, but we still want to see if it's possible to do a considerable number today. You know, and then we should start as early as 8 a.m. tomorrow, so that by midday we'll be done with all the pensioners and whatever it is. And that worked well during the last exercise, I remember. We came out early, and then, you know, everybody, well, I said everybody should take at least 10 pensioners to support and ensure that if they don't have the facility, you can use your own phone to help them make the confirmation. Normally, when it goes smoothly, you'll be done in less than 2 minutes. So it's not any energy sapping process. For the benefit of people that haven't done this before, Madam Judy is going to take you through very quickly on the processes. Please try and understand and then ask questions so that you will be able to provide the optimal support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Tomorrow is the D-Day for the presentation of the practical demonstration of the AMALIFE confirmation exercise. But we are trying to see that we can enroll some pensioners today, which the ES has, which is a normal practice, so that we gain speed for tomorrow. There are two options involved in this exercise. You have the facial option using your phone, and for the visually impaired, we have the laptop option. So I'm just going to run briefly on what and how to go about it. But basically, we have to have the pensioner's pensioner ID number and the pensioner's, what do you call it, account number. I'll go through the slides, and if you have questions, please let me know. So once the pensioner is supposed to go to the Ptad website to click icon that is the AMALIFE icon on the screen there, up there. And once you click on it, the pensioner, for the mobile phone, the pensioner has to have an Android phone that has the camera and that we can use for selfie. If the pensioner doesn't have a mobile phone that has a camera facility, you can make use of your own phone to assist the pensioner with his details. So you make sure that the camera on your phone or the pensioner's phone is turned on. Then you now have to go through the place that says proceed to AMALIFE confirmation. So it takes you for the Ptad website. You just enter the pensioner's number and the pensioner's bank account details only. Any pensioner that doesn't have that information, for those that we have pumped, we have all their information. So you can come and meet us in IT. We are available of information. So like I said, this is normal Ptad verification slip. The pensioner ID and the bank account details are the only information that you require. So once you click on the application, once you have clicked on mobile phone, it comes up with this option that allows you to put in the pensioner details in terms of the pensioner ID, and the next details will be the pensioner's account number. So these are the places you put the account number, and you also put the pensioner's ID. If the information is correct, the pensioner's photo would pop up from the server in the head office in Abuja. So you have to verify that the face in front of you validates the face that you're seeing on the screen on the phone that you're holding. And there are various steps that the system will check. And basically, one important thing is that the pensioner needs to turn his head or her head and move physically. Not the eyes, but the head itself has to turn to show that the pensioner is actually alive. So those are the four objects that the pensioner would come up on your phone, and the pensioner has to physically move his head or her head to follow the dots to confirm the aliveness of the pensioner. And if it's successfully done, you're going to get this message that says the exercise has been successful and the pensioner has been validated. For the systems, we are going to set up systems at the back tomorrow for those that are visually impaired or people that are having issues using the phone. We can use the laptop option. But in this case, we are going to make use of the fingerprints, just like we do for the normal verification exercise. So it's the same procedure. You go to the Ptad website, click on the icon, the page comes up, and you start the exercise. But you are going to have this fingerprint device installed on the laptop at the back end. So you put in the pensioner's number and the pensioner's account number. And once this is done, the same image comes up. You validate whether it's the same person that you have in front of you, that the picture is there, and you continue. It's optional. You can put in an email address. If you don't have that, you can continue with that. And you now have to have the pensioner thumbprint or any of his fingers there on the biometric device. And if it's validated that came from PSSD, we just try to identify and try them out so that we gain speed, like the chairman has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judy. Any questions? Is there any question? Okay. So just so that we make a big, we take a big chunk out of this exercise, we can start doing that today. And IT has graciously identified the pensioners that have been preloaded, and we can go around and start supporting them. We expect over 90% of the people to go through the facial confirmation process. But if in the unlikely event where it does not happen, then you can now move them to the fingerprint option. Okay? Let's try and do as many as possible today, and then tomorrow let's start at 8 o'clock, so that by the time the exercise commences subsequently at 8:30, we would have done a considerable number as well. And then our target is to make sure that each and every pensioner who shows up here has been confirmed. Okay? Are there any questions? Any observations? All right. Is there anything anybody wants to add here? Neka, Kabiru, anything you want to add to Madam? Anybody? No? Okay, KB. Okay, please. Let's 8 o'clock tomorrow, please. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch.
Hello, good afternoon, mommies and daddies. Good afternoon, mommies and daddies. While you're enjoying your lunch, please, pensioners who do not have accommodation, please, to the middle of the hall at the back, meet my colleagues there who will attend to you. Pensioners who do not have accommodation, please. My colleague is raising his hand. Please meet him at the back. Just before the lunch tables. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, mommies and daddies. Good afternoon, the Executive Secretary. Good afternoon, Executive Management. Welcome back from your lunch break. We want to specially recognize for our mommies and daddies who are still eating, take your time. At least where you are, you can hear us, and you can also see everything that is going on here. So there's no need to rush your lunch. We would like to specially recognize the second National Vice President of the South Association of Retired Police Officers of Nigeria, APON, retired CP Barrister Sam Adetuyi. You're welcome, sir. Where are you? Just raise your hand. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And we have to take some goodwill messages now, very briefly. I'd like to invite the chairman, AAP Steel Sector, Comrade Benson Ogunton. Thank you, sir. Very briefly, sir. Okay, stay here, sir.
Good afternoon, comrades, pensioners. I want to appreciate the good Lord Jesus for this privilege for us to be here today. Service in Ptad. If you observe, I could notice that there is even an ambulance outside there. It's not as if they are wishing us evil, but that is a kind of anticipatory efforts of Ptad to ensure the well-being of every pensioner. And that has been the situation all around, wherever you go. Before, it wasn't like this. The dignity of human life is what we experience here. From the executive secretary to even the gate men at the office, we want to appreciate the dignity with which we are treated all the time. Be that as it may, I just want to encourage us as pensioners that we have our own role to play so that better services can be deployed. I want to appeal to us that we should always keep our records consistently. Many of us are fond of changing our telephone numbers. How can you be contacted if you are doing that? Many of us need to upgrade our telephones from analog to digital. It is not possible for us to enjoy the benefits and services if we are still doing that. And I want to say that we should also, as somebody mentioned during the presentation, that we should change our narrative. We should always try to put something better and positive image for Ptad, so that they can be able to secure the kind of funding that the federal government will want to give to them. If we say things negative concerning the organization, we are indirectly shooting ourselves in the feet. And I want us to say that, look, it is not a good thing to be saying all the money we get we want to use for drugs. That is a very wrong narrative. If they are trying to say that, well, even your transport, your health, your welfare is important, why do you want to be speaking things negative in the ears of God? With all said and done, even if nobody comments you, Executive Secretary Ma, we want to say we really appreciate you. and the Lord will continue to strengthen you and members of your staff. We are enjoying you. With that, I don't know if it's appropriate that at the end of this stakeholders meeting, we issue a communique or two. One, that all the executives from Ministry of Finance to Ptad and so on should be women. That's the first resolution I think we should make from Ptad. Considering the problem that we are having in the country with fuel frustration, can we also have a communique that NNPC be brought under Ptad so that Nigerians can have better life? Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Comrade Benson Oguntono is the chairman, NUP Steel Sector. Well, from your lips to God's ears. Thank you so much for your goodwill message. Let's also take a goodwill message from Dr. Ayuba Sunday, representative from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Briefly, sir.
The Executive Director, Ptad, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand on the existing protocols. Good afternoon to you all. Actually, there is not much for me to say because all that needs to be said as regards goodwill, as regards outpouring of gratitude and appreciation to the Executive Secretary of Ptad and her staffers have all been said. So I'm so excited, and that is why I'm out here to show my excitement about what is happening all over as regards what Ptad is doing. What I've seen here and what I've heard about Ptad so far gives me a picture of an ideal situation. And for me, it's something that is out of the public sector. Somehow as if Ptad is making money from generating this quality service. So it's really strange, and I would like to really commend the Executive Secretary and her staff for this wonderful performance. For me, again, the issue of pension is far more than just packaging something in monetary terms and delivering it to those that need it or those that should have it. That's the pensioners. It goes far much more than that. Pension is a lifeline, and somehow it's life itself. Because if you look at it, you discover that most pensioners depend on nothing else but the pension. So if anything happens to pension or to their pension, of course, it happens to them directly. It happens to their lives directly. It happens to their dependents directly. So it is important that a lot of attention, a lot of commitment is paid to pension processes so that at the end of the day, lives will be saved. And it is gladdening that we have a good crop of people on board, people that have not just the passion, because passion alone is not enough. Because if you allow passion to drive you in an activity like this, you may not be able to get through. Empathy is important. Having the heart, having the zeal, and that is what I have, or that is what I've seen that the staffers of Ptad have. And I would like to thank you so much for all that. And all I will say is that you should continue to do more and more so as to continue to brighten the faces of the pensioners. I've not seen pensioners looking this excited for a very long time, yes. And seeing them now, I'm so much excited. And looking.
And presents Pensions Department, Mr. Abdallah Abubakar, to handle the spot. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my daddies and mommies. Good afternoon. Please, can we just all stand up for 1 second or 2 seconds? Can we all stand up, please? Please. Straighten your legs and arms, please. This way, that way, please. We've been sitting for a long time, for quite a while now. Baba, please shake small, shake small. Aha, aha, you're still strong. Thank you so much, thank you very much, thank you all. You can now have your seat, please. The Executive Secretary, Ma, I want to seek your indulgence to stand on the existing protocol. There are myriads of questions here, but because of want of time, we want to limit them to a few, such that in the course of our, between today and tomorrow, the directors are all here, the Ptad officials are also here. You can approach any one of us, and of course, your questions will be judiciously answered. So please, I might not take all the questions here because of the time. It's already almost 4 o'clock. And in not any particular order, directors can as well come to answer the questions from where you are seated. 1, the average age of participants should be put into consideration because of the elderly people, problem of sitting for too long time for lectures like this should be, okay, this is an advice. I think we've noted this, and that's why we want to short even this session. 2, will there be any more stakeholder forum in future when I'm alive confirmation process takes off? 3, what happened to a pensioner who receives his or her monthly pension regularly, but suddenly the monthly pension stopped for 2 to 3 months before restoration? 4, when and how is the NHIS for the pensioner starting? Thanks for the prompt payment of all our dues, including arrears and monthly pension. These 4 questions, we cannot have any response from the directors in no particular order to save time. Thank you.
Like the Executive Secretary explained, with respect to bringing our pensioners onto the NHIS, work is currently going on with Federal Ministry of Health and some other agencies under the auspices of the National Senior Citizen Center. The idea behind it is not only for pensioners of Ptad, but for all citizens that are aged from 60 years and above. But the plan is to start first with pensioners of Ptad. Work has gone very far ahead on this. But you know, like the style of the ES, she will not tell you the date. You will just see alert. Bam. Just let us continue to remember us in prayers. I can assure you that as very, very soon, that exercise will take off, and our pensioners can begin to enjoy health insurance. 2, like I said during my presentation, Ptad will never remove anybody from the payroll so long as you have been verified. You will not be removed. The only thing is that because we are using electronic payment system, there are times when we click our button to pay and CBN takes the fund from a server, tries to handshake the server of your bank. There are times when the server of your bank may be sleeping. So you try to knock on the door. First time, door does not open. Knock second time, it doesn't open. Knock third time, you could go back to the house. So that money will go back. So when you think that you are not paid, your name is on the payroll, you are paid by Ptad, CBN, our funding messenger, made attempt to pay to your bank, but unfortunately, the electronic handshake that should make that money drop in your account did not take place. The way to help us is when you have this experience, please, you can send email to our complaints email address, info@ptad.gov.ng. 1. 2. complaints@ptad.gov.ng. Or you can call directly our call center. You can look at the back of that file that you have. And these are cases that we classify as failed payments. Failed payment through at the gateway. So when this happens, what we do is engage with our technical partner that manages that payment. And the moment we confirm that that payment failed, we will represent. So, but we will never remove anybody on the payroll that has been verified. Now, the third complaint is, please remind me. Okay, that's an advice. Okay, so NHIS, Okay, a stakeholder. Let me, with the permission of the AS, assure you that engagement like this is a key part of the services that we want to render to you. So you can be assured that this would be continued at regular intervals to ensure that we can give you feedback, and then you can get also feedback from you on whatever we need to make adjustment. Thank you very much.
Answer this. Table of consequential adjustment. I retired from Unilag on grade level USS 6, step 6. My pension before minimum was 36,000 and now reduced to 42,000. So you address the issues of consequential adjustment. There are 3 of them.
My fathers and mothers, I know we have received a lot of questions, queries, and requests for clarification with respect to this consequential pension adjustment. And we can understand why some of you may not have clear understanding of how we implemented it. Why? Because the approach that was adopted in this current consequential pension adjustment is different from all the approach that has been applied from the past up till now. Right from the first pension increment, it has always been by virtue of percentage. 10%, 100%, 42%, 6%, 33%. But this is the only pension increment that was based on absolute figure increment, not percentage. That's number one. Number two, it is also the first pension adjustment that was done without using GL, your grade level, as a basis of determining do you fall into. So if you decide to use grade level and percentage to determine or to check whether what you are paid is correct, you will not get the same thing. So it is important to look at that table. All of you have seen that circular. What you first of all need to do is to look out for what is the amount you are collecting as pension. Let us assume your monthly pension is 14,000. Then look at, on that table, where does 14,000 fall into? Is it number 1? Number 2? Is it 3? Now when you look, see how your monthly pension fall into, then look at the extreme end, absolute increment. What is the amount that is there? That amount is what you should add to what you are collecting now. Bam, that becomes your monthly pension. Percentage, not relevant. Grade level step, not relevant. The idea behind this, as the ES and my senior colleague had explained, to ensure that we can bring those that are at the bottom of the pyramid and raise them up economically to survive. This is the first time that you are finding increment of not less than 8,640 naira going on the lowest earner. That is about 900% increase. It has never happened before. So the idea is to ensure that those that are earning low can be raised up such that they also can have a means of survival. As my Oga used to call it, this is an administrative way of ensuring that we can achieve minimum pension. So that is the way to determine it. If you have any further requirement, please send us mail and we assure you that we will respond to you. Thank you. 33% and the commodity board issue. There are a few agencies that have complained that their 33% payment is not complete, in spite of the claim by Ptad that we have paid everybody completely. Some of them include Nigerian Railway Corporation, Commodity Board, IAR&T, and a few others. Like I have explained in my personal discussion with some of you, the cause is the what I would call failure of your agency when they were implementing managing pension to implement the circular correctly, and their reluctance to own up to that error so we can find solution. The number of months that your agency gave to us as outstanding, we have paid it in full. That number of months, Accountant General knows about it. We can't change it. However, like we have said, write a letter of complaint to us and the approach that already NRC.
The permission to respond. Unfortunately, in terms of eligibility, based on the circular, the local government pensioners are not entitled to federal share. And primary school teachers. I mean, this has been a recurring decimal. We've had several meetings with the head of the civil service of the Federation. We had gone there severally, including with the executive secretary. We've had so many of those complaints. So, as far as local government pension is concerned, you are supposed to collect your full pension, 100% pension from the local government pension board. Any indication of federal share in your computation sheet is misleading. Okay? And for primary, except them that are employed by missionaries and regions before the creation of states, employed by local government, they are also not eligible for pensioners under the defined benefit scheme currently. Under current circulars, they are not eligible. Thank you.
The question goes on as since November 2021, when 3 months out of the remaining 6 months consequential salary was paid, my own was yet to be paid. Balance of consequential adjustment.
3 months.
Yes.
No, that has been asked and answered. I mean, the ES said it in opening. I also mentioned that we are already at an advanced stage of preparation to pay the 3 months. I also told you that the civil service pension, the outstanding 3 months is up over 2.7 billion because the increment is most impactful on the civil service side. Unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, a lot of civil service pensioners were at the bottom of the pension earning population. So this quantum leap from a lot of them under 1,000 or 2,000 naira to 10, 15,000 naira increase the money that is required to pay the consequential adjustment. So for every month, the consequential adjustment for civil service pension is over 920 million. For the 3 months, we require almost 2.8 billion. Definitely, over 2.7 billion. That's a lot of money. And I did mention earlier, the 21 months that was paid to civil service amounted to over 19 billion. That is much more than what was paid to pensioners of the other pension department, even put together. I'm not sure about the math. So these are the challenges, but like the ES said, as a matter of fact, she wanted this balance to be paid before this stakeholder forum. But unfortunately, due to logistic reasons, it hasn't happened. But I can assure you that it's going to happen very, very shortly.
Just lastly, Sheleng, we appreciate this gathering. And actually, this opened our eyes to so many things. And the things you are doing, may the Lord continue to be your strength.
Amen.
When will the NOKs be paid? And of course, the gratuity of pensioners. We thank you for the pension monthly payment that is regular, but we still have outstanding gratuities that are not paid. Thank you.
Right, so thank you very much, Abdullah. The issue of gratuity, let me start with gratuity. It's more difficult to prove because a lot of these pensioners had retired way before the commencement of the contributory pension scheme. So it's more difficult to prove that at the point of exit, these pensioners were not paid gratuity, end of gratuity. So we take each particular case on its merit. And there is a lot of burden of proof on the person who is requesting for the payment of gratuity. We are working with the Executive Secretary, obviously, to find ways and means that we can make this burden a lot easier. What we require now is a proof, mostly through the bank statements that people have, to show that when you retired, at the time you retired, you were indeed not paid that gratuity. Once we have that proof, as a matter of fact, we make it a priority to pay. We make it a priority to pay. And during the lunch break, I had informal discussion with some people that have brought forward gratuity, and I advised that they should please contact us with that evidence. Once we have it, you are guaranteed that their gratuity will be paid. And as for the NOKs, we pay NOKs on a regular basis. But, again, there are requirements that have to be fulfilled, especially the letters of administration. These are very critical. I mean, we've had people coming to claim to be NOKs of people who died 3 years before they were born. I don't know, I mean, I don't need to be a medical doctor to know that it's difficult for that person to be a genuine offspring of someone who had died 3 years prior. But once we have the documents, once we have the letter of administration, we do it on a daily basis.
One, maybe the complaint resolution mechanism.
Verification. Now, it means that you have to come forward for verification, and many of you have been coming forward. However, if you are now a diaspora pensioner and you cannot come forward, the Executive Secretary has created a window of opportunity for diaspora pensioners. What you are required to do is to get a letter of I am alive certification from the Nigerian High Commission where you reside, and send it with copies of your employment records, and if possible, a letter of introduction from your agency. If you send those documents to us, we'll reinstate you for a period pending when you can come back to do your verification. I hope you're understanding me. So she has created an opportunity for diaspora pensioners who are on the payroll to come back and be reinstated to the payroll if they can send a letter of I'm alive from the Nigerian High Commission, and if they can send their documents, their employment records, that is first appointment, last promotion, retirement, and all those other documents. If you send them to us, we'll reinstate you to payroll pending when you come for verification. I hope that answers the question. That's the process.
Well, my daddies and mommies, like I've said earlier on, the directors are seated here. We cannot exhaust everything here. Question and answer continues. We have staff around between now and tomorrow. If your question is not raised, you can approach any one of us. And I think, for example, those in my department CP, I have given my numbers. And of course, there are complaint desks behind there so that we don't keep the aged among us, waiting too much. And on that note, I don't know whether ES would want to say anything, especially on harmonization. Thank you, Ma.
I didn't know we were still talking about harmonization. In the other zones that we went to, we decided that we have to harmonize all the different definitions of harmonization because there are different definitions that pensioners have of what harmonization is. But being a pensioner myself and having been part of the service when the payment was very small, and that was when I joined the service as a house officer in Luth in 1982, 83, 83, my salary was 350 naira per month. And I know that a lot of you here earned that kind of money. 350 naira a month, and house officers were started on level 8. And if somebody retired at that time on 350 naira a month, and the person's emoluments, pension emoluments were calculated based on the amount and the salary structure of that time, you can imagine how much that person's pension would be. So even if you do 1 million naira, 1 million %, what do you call it, increment, it won't go anywhere. So based on that, what I understand by what pensioners are talking about in terms of harmonization is this. Let me say it again because I was quoted on the pages of a newspaper recently about what I didn't say concerning harmonization. So let me say it here now, the same thing that I have always said at all the stakeholder engagements that I have gone to. Let me give you an example. If, say, for instance, you are, let me use the paramilitary people. If, say, for instance, somebody retired as a Controller General of Prisons in 1996 or 99, and somebody retired as a Controller General in 2007, before June 30th, 2007. Now, what you would expect naturally is that if, regardless of whether it's Controller General or whether you retired as a director, if you retired as a director on level 17, step 6 or 9, whatever the last level, right? If you retired on that level, regardless of when you retired, we should be earning the same amount of money, right? You understand what I'm saying? So what we expect is that that should be the situation. But then, because of the salary structure at the point in time you retired, which is the structure that will be used to compute your pension, it will not be the same. And then I've always asked the question, why have we always had a review in salary structures? Inflation. It's usually government's response to inflation. The money cannot be enough for people anymore. What can we do to make life better? Let us, increase the emolument of the staff. And then I ask the question, those people who retired before, does inflation not reach them? Are you understanding? They are still affected by that same inflation, but they are only seeing is that they retired before the time the inflation set in. And they have already been caught up with a policy that says that your pension should be calculated based on the emoluments at the point in time that you retired. So what I understand by harmonization, which is what right now, in fact, I think, was it last year or 2 years, we had gone to the Chairman National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission to make this case for pensioners, because we are always proactive. And luckily, because I wear the shoes, because when people say we are going back to the old pension, I remember the last verification, I'll just digress a bit. I remember the last verification exercise I attended before Ptad, organized by I don't know who. That day, because then, what was verification like? I retired in 2004. What was verification like? You will see people who were brought with mats. They will lie on the floor, almost dying. You see people who their children are carrying on the back. You see everybody pushing and shoving. Who gave you chair to sit where? Who gave you chair to sit that you came for verification as a pensioner? Who are you? Everybody stood. Everybody pushed and shoved. The last time I said, I will abandon this money, I don't want it again. If this is what one has to go through to get the pension, I don't want it. It was a friend of mine that said to me, Doctor, do you remember the times you used to leave your children and go and sleep in hospital? He said, it's your sweat, oh. It's your money, oh. Don't leave it for them. Even if it's only petrol it's buying for you at the end of every month, take it from them. So we have gotten to a point where we have moved on to the situation where we find ourselves in today. We have crossed the Red Sea a long time ago, and there's no going back. There is no going back, because nobody can take pensioners back to where we're coming from. Nobody would ever think of doing that. So what I'm thinking, which is what we are proposing to the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, is harmonization in this line. And that is to say, if you retired, regardless of when you retired, you know, what is the salary structure? You know, they have to work out the modality. As a matter of fact, the first meeting was held last week. The National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, I don't know whether their representative is still here. The first meeting was held last week concerning this harmonization thing. I don't want to say what we are thinking, because it's still something that is on the drawing board, but it's something that if at the end of the day it is finalized, pensioners will be happy. So that is what I have to say about harmonization. Is there any other thing? Because let us, okay, so since I'm still standing, let me seize this opportunity to appreciate all of you for coming. Like I keep saying, at all the zones that I have gone to, what gives us the most joy is seeing our pensioners looking well, happy, and healthy. That is what we want. And I always say, please pray for Ptad staff. I was a civil servant. Not only was I a civil servant, I have been a public office holder at that level. At the age of 39, I was Commissioner for Health in Anambra State, 1997 to 1999. So I have administered civil servants. The group of people I met in Ptad are a group of exemplary Nigerians. They are a group of exemplary Nigerians that deserve the kind of commendation I cannot even give here. Their commitment to changing the narrative as far as pension administration, the DPS pension administration is concerned in this country, as far as it's concerned, is legendary. And I continue to say, pray for them, support them, encourage them. Don't say things that will make them feel bad. We are old people now, so we just keep saying things anyhow. Them, my staff, after pensioners have finished talking to them, they go home and they cry the whole night at them because of the way the pensioners have talked to them. And pensioners, we forget that there was a time when we were in Egypt and things were really horrible. And these young people, they are working hard. Somebody said that sometimes pension comes late. The minute everybody is eagle-eyed, waiting to see that the money has come down, as it were, online for them to. Saturday, Sunday, these people don't sleep. They come to the office to make sure that they finalize payment for pensioners. So it really pains my heart when people, instead of appreciating them, begin to say things that will make them cry. These people are your children. Some of them are your grandchildren. So as I know, Abalabako is you. Abalabako easy. So we'll still be doing all those things that, because, they say life goes this way. From childhood to adulthood and back to the second childhood. But let us try. Even the Bible, I'm a Christian, the Bible says, that you should not drive your children to frustration. As much as they say, children obey your parents. But parents, try not to drive your children to frustration. So, on that note, I would like to also express my profound gratitude for all of you for honoring our invitation. Tomorrow is another day, a more exciting day, I must tell you. But the cat has to come out of the bag now. The Jagaban had said to me that they had a request that out of all the other states, other zones, that the Southwest, regardless of the amount of pensioners resident here, that we only have one office in the Southwest, which is in Lagos. But let me announce to you people today that tomorrow we are going to launch the Ibadan office of Ptad. The office is ready. So what we are going to do tomorrow is to commission it. So like they said, we are thinking for you. Because you're not supposed to be thinking for yourselves at this point. In the morning when I mooted it, they said, how about Akure? I said, dear Lord. Akure will certainly come. Because we know the numbers of pensioners that we have in this zone. And we want to do whatever we can to bring pension administration to the doorstep of our pensioners. Changing the narrative is not easy. A lot of people want to believe what they've known in the past. But we're not going to stay there with them. We've moved on. And we'll continue to move on. So thank you so very much. Tomorrow is another day. And we pray that all of you would come tomorrow so that we'll have the demonstration of the AMA Life. Is a very important part of this stakeholder engagement. It's an innovation. Like I said in my opening remarks, what we've been doing is a pilot scheme, which is a test run to see whether this application is fit for purpose. You don't just come out and roll out something and then in the middle you find out that there are mistakes. That's not how to carry out a project. You will first of all test on it, see how it's going, harness what the problems are, tweak it, make it look all right before you can now apply it to everybody. So tomorrow, we're going to be having the I'm Alive solution demonstration for all of you, and you will try it. And we keep saying we want your honest criticism because we want the best for you. If there are any problems you see with it, let us know so that we'll go back to the drawing board. Go back and work on it because it just has to work. The only kind of engagement we want to be having with you people is one like this. We come together, we look at your problems, we look at your nice faces, if it is water we have, we drink, food we eat, and then you go. Not to bring you again for field verifications. So the stakeholder engagement is a continuous exercise. It is not a one-off. As a matter of fact, this stakeholder engagement is 2021. It's our 2021 stakeholder engagement. We haven't done 2022. So we are likely to come back to the Southwest this 2022 for 2022 stakeholder engagement. So thank you so very much. And as you all go back, Johnny messes. And as you come back again tomorrow morning, Johnny messes. Kasu dadao.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. On that note, I think we'll call it a day. Okay.
Yeah, please, let's try and come out early tomorrow. Let's start at 8 o'clock. Okay?
I think that's all. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, the Director Sipit, and thank you so much, the Executive Secretary. Just a few announcements for pensioners who did not come out with their verification slips today and want to take part in the I Am Alive confirmation process tomorrow. Please come out with your